Juan O'Savin. We're going to have Josh Reed come in here and join us in a little bit.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secret.
But as you see, Juan's got an unusual view. Usually he has like spectacular views, but this time we thought we'd mix it up a little bit and get the dumpster dive view.
Yeah, just checking to see what's going on here. We're doing some little dumpster diving here. I heard, look, a lot of these Democrats are trying to hide out right now. Did you see what they're doing to Pulith in Colorado? Because he let Tina out. Let's see if he's in here. No, they've already escaped. Nothing in there. Okay. Because he commuted Tina's sentence to time served plus 3 years on parole. Oh my gosh. The Democrats have decided that he can no longer be given any awards. He cannot appear at any Democrat function.
Wow.
He is persona non grata, anything to do with the Democrat Party. So as the Democrat governor of Colorado, he's completely ostracized from anything to do with the party. They can't have an event, a convention. They can't award him for, doing something nice in the world. Nothing. He is out. And that'll go for so long, and you have to understand the context of that. So he actually talked with Trump numerous times while they were trying to work through this. Trump was saying, release her. And he's saying, look, if I do, it's problematic this way and I can't do that. So this agreement to get Tina free by commuting the sentence, he knew that Trump was coming. He had kind of gotten, if it's not done by the end of the month of May, then we're coming in a different way. And I was aware of what was potentially going to happen there. We were saying take extreme measures. You said you would. It's too long. It's too much. And so he responded to that. And still, they said by the end of the month, he still waits till the end of the month before she gets to get out. So she's got to do this extra 2 more weeks in prison while they're, working the problem to get her free. So anyway, that's kind of the routine. And by the way, we'll be honoring Tina in some unique, interesting ways at the event there in mid-June.
Oh, good.
That is shaping up to be something stunning. And anybody in the audience that's thinking about it, you better think fast. Showing the movie Dark Horse, world premiere of the movie. Normally, they don't like to do it anywhere except a theater where it can be the best. So I actually had to go secure a proper LED screen, high resolution screen.
Wow.
24 foot by 12 something high, and for the Ahern, and so it'll show the movie properly. It'll actually do what needs to be done for this movie to make it present the way it needs to be presented. Awesome sound. I mean, we got Edward Bolsonaro's committed, the son of the president of Brazil. The movie's about. He is going to be at our event speaking. The producers, all the key people that are involved in this, getting this out to the world. Hollywood doesn't want a movie like this to be presented. They don't like it. But so one of the big, monster groups that put out the media that we see, movies, television, things like that, approached the person that's running the marketing thing. And by the way, this is the person that Mel Gibson says is the best in the business. Probably 30 billion in sales, of movies and television like that he's personally promoted. Nobody else is even in the same category. Jim Caviezel says this is his best acting role that he's, performance that he's been able to do so far from his skill set. So this is a big deal on this movie. If you like Sound of Freedom, you're going to like this movie.
Absolutely.
But the interesting thing about it is that make sure this goes away. Oh, my chief of staff trying to reach me. Within what this movie is the whole theme though about election fraud and elections. At the conference, we're going to have the people that actually briefed Tulsi, briefed Homeland Security, briefed the president's people around the president, all the way back even in 2024, coming up in the election, exactly how this is being done. And so they'll be presenting at the conference. That's on day 3. It's going to be epic. I mean, it's going to be fantastic. So, you'll get a hell of a treat if you get to be there. So anyway,
that's great because when Bolsonaro was running, I was covering his election. I covered his his presidency and so forth, and a lot of the Brazilians came in into my show and so forth, and were very they loved it. They were like so glad that I was informing the American public, and then when he had those problems, they were even more generous and very thankful for just telling everybody what was going on, because like you said, the press, it just destroys this. They don't cover it at all. So this movie, I think, has incredible potential to inform a lot of people. It's going to be great.
Well, I've got several people coming up from Brazil that
good.
will be there for the premiere. What happened was the trailer that was just a rough cut version of what they wanted to do for a trailer got leaked in Brazil from somebody. And then other people took it and added music that they liked and pumped it out. So it got loose here in the U.S. This non-authorized, not the real movie trailer. It got 3 million views in one day.
Wow.
In Brazil, it's had 30 million views in like a week. And so it's like, oh my God. And it's not even the official one. So that kind of gives you a zone of how much people are anticipating this. And by the way, we tried to pull that trailer that's not the real trailer down. I asked people that had put it out, if you just pull back, we'll have probably the official trailer within the next couple of days. And part of the reason that's actually important, there's music that was scored for this movie that's beautiful. The music that these people put out on the non-official version is beautiful. There's no, it was a very good choice. So the people that did it had their heart in the right place. So I'm not throwing any stones at them. They didn't really know what was going on, that this was just a leaked version or whatever. But the people that did the music side, they want to promote. They don't want people thinking that that's the correct music that goes with the real movie. And then the other thing is, if you remember back to Sound of Freedom, the version that I showed in Vegas and then other places around the country with Jim and like that, that was the director's cut. Mel Gibson took what they had and then did the cut that he believed was correct for the movie. That's what people saw in Vegas. It was amazing. When they did the one that was released out to the public, it was 14 minutes shorter. And yes, I get it. They tighten things up here and there and stuff like that. I personally preferred the director's cut. It was just that I didn't mind the extra length. They wanted to make it work for theater owners and timing, and it's very regimented like that. And so they did that from an industry standpoint. It wasn't my favorite version. That extra 14 minutes gives you all sorts of little details that you actually need, as far as I'm concerned. So then you have to view what we're going to see with Dark Horse is the editor's cut, the director's cut, I should say. We'll have the directors there. There's directors of different parts of what goes together in a movie and producers. And so they're going to be there and they'll explain some of their thoughts before and after Edward Bolsonaro, all these other things. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. So, you know, and look, I found one of the Democrats hiding behind the dumpster. Oh my gosh, he thought he could get away with it. Yeah, right. Hide in a snowsuit in the middle of summer. Hello. Sheesh. These guys, sneaky, man. I'm talking sneaky.
Joe Biden would be proud.
Yeah. Yeah. Instead of dark horse, he has I love dark beer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's funny. Democrats hiding in plain sight. Anyway, and it's a clown. You know, it says it's a snow clown. Not just any clown, it's a snow clown, man.
Perfect.
Anyway, just by the way, you know, we have the coin, the Tina Peters coin, the classic. And once she's released, we're switching into the colorized version. So that's a limited run. When we get to the end of that, that's done. So that's only a few days away. If anybody's interested, that's going to be a lot of fun.
And those are very reasonably priced.
Oh yeah.
When silver really takes off, you're going to look back and go, like, I have the coins that you initially came out with. I'm like, wow, those are way more.
Well, remember, they're not, you know, you look at the silver spot price, you can get junk silver, which is like only 75 or 80% silver, even the stuff pre-64.
Yeah.
But these are, a particular grade that's the next higher grade, I forget what they call it, and not just the circulated silver. So they're prepared differently, and like that, the ones, the double eagles of the Treasury ones are priced at like 180 or 185 right now. Then you still have to pay shipping, and that is the same type of grade, the polish and all that, is what we have. We're $40 under that. So, you know, it's actually a great deal. And then the Treasury doesn't have them available. They say out of stock.
They're unavailable. I just looked. I just did a show with my silver and gold guy, and I brought that up.
Oh, they're proof quality. Proof quality is what it's called. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, your coins are like phenomenal. They're, you know, proof quality. They're beautiful coins.
Well, the other thing,
they're packaged really well, nice, really nice.
The other thing that's really fun about them is that, you know, all of the coins are part of kind of a story about this era and time. You know, people get trinkets, they get hats and shirts and all sorts of things. But 10, 20, 30 years from now, when the kids are around and they're asking, what was it like? What was it all about? What were the key things? Having some of these as kind of touchstones to tell the story. And then because they have real value and it'll be going up, they're not going anywhere. People keep them as keepsakes like that. I think it has more effect out in the future. I'm really not doing them precisely for exactly this moment in time. I'm doing it for the kids and grandkids that will look at this later and want to understand what this moment was about. Because we're living through a hinge point in history that is so amazing, so unique. And we get to be here, seriously. I mean, and even down the road, you know, this conference we're doing, you know, you're going to get to rub shoulders. They don't go sit in the green room. You don't see them. All the speakers like that, they want to hear everybody else also. They'll be right there in the crowd. You know, you saw what happens in the conference, like what we did with the Bond conference, and they'll be very much like that. You'll be able to rub shoulders with very like-minded people. You know, most of the people going there have something going that they're intricately involved in somehow. In this moment in history. So I have it's going to be well worth it for the folks that can make it. And then, by the way, I do understand there's a lot of people that can't go logistically. They got family, kids, job, etc., and they can't make it. The movie is, you know, obviously we can't put that out to the world. that is totally private. But the next 2 days, the stuff on the financial frauds and then stuff on the election frauds, which is Tuesday and Wednesday, all of that's going to be out there live streamed and out there for free. So if you can't make it, you can still see everything that's there. So no charge, no ticket, nothing like that. And even on the expense for coming, I cut a super sharp pencil on this when we priced it at $350. That was before we had the movie coming. That was before we decided to do expand to the larger thing on Wednesday night when I was going into the mechanics of the fraud, the math and everything else. Well, at the end of the day, we hadn't planned on doing that. And what happened was it just kind of grew a couple extra heads. Everybody was coming, wanted to hear all the details of what the White House was briefed and the attorneys and like that, the intricacies, because this is a different crowd. They're not really observers. A lot of these people need to go back and themselves present within the political community or things like that. So,
and you're going to have Nino MC, and you're going to have the three amigos there for the first time together. Well, not the first time we were together with the last movie, actually.
Sound Afraid of Bad.
Right there next to the stage, pictures. That's going to be another, value added. You're going to be.
Oh my God!
And there's a good chance I might be there.
Well, you know what?
You're going to be there. Oh, we're hoping.
Josh. Oh yeah. You know what we got to do? Nino doesn't know this. Somewhere in there, when we first get Nino out there, we ought to have the whole crowd, Nino, and do hand wringing at the same time. Oh my gosh, we could have so much fun with Nino on that one.
Poor Nino.
And we got to get Tina to join in on it. That'll be good.
Yeah. So, and by the way, the reason that Nino is emceeing, originally Joe Hoff was going to MC. He had a stroke a couple weeks ago. He and I had dinner a few days earlier there in Florida where he lives. And then I was shocked. But he had his wherewithal enough. He realized he's getting dressed in the morning. He was having a stroke. His son helps him finish getting dressed. He has a preteen son. He goes to his car, gets in his car. His right side, right arm, right leg don't work. So he drives himself, left hand, left leg for foot for gas pedal and brake. He got released from the hospital on Saturday. They were initially planning on doing it, at the end of the month, but he was doing so well. And he still got recovery to do with hand use for like typing or writing on his right hand, but his legs back all the way. He has no cognitive issues and all that. But having him come all the way out to Vegas to MC and like that wasn't happening. So we had a couple other people, but it was late notice. Laura Logan, she had a commitment in Europe. We had a couple other fantastic people. So Nino was like choice 4, but I got to tell you though, things have a way of happening for a reason. Huh? I actually think, Nino, the boxer, his history, he emceed fights.
That's right.
I mean, we're in a hell of a fight. It's the Fraud Fighters Conference. Yeah. Things happen for reasons, but I actually think it's exactly what it was supposed to be.
He'll be very. He's an opposing presence. He's a heavyweight champion, and now a man. He's going to be, and he's got a great voice. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun.
Well, I just think things have a way of coming together. I'm doing all the meals. So Monday night there's a full meal dinner. The Ahern gets awards for its catering. It's one of the top catering systems in the Vegas area. And then breakfast, lunch, dinner, full breakfast, not just a continental with a biscuit or something, a real breakfast, lunch, dinner, top drawer, both Tuesday and Wednesday. And my logic is this, people leave, they go get lunch, they go get dinner, whatever. They go get coffee, etc. Everything is right there in the Ahern, and we're providing the meal for $350. We're going to get 2 meals for $350, let alone 7.
Oh yeah.
And top drawer, and then you don't have to go anywhere. And then people tend to sit together, talk, enjoy themselves. And the other thing is, I could pack this thing out with theater seating. I didn't do that. Where it's all with the tables, what they call a classroom seating. So you had a place to put your notebook, your freaking, you can eat it at the thing, and actually eat like a human instead of having to put it on your lap or something. It's the kind of seating that is just allows people to interact more and enjoy each other and like that, as opposed to just be jammed together. I could get way more people, and that's why we have a cutoff on the number. And we're pretty close. We're within about 75 of that cutoff right now. So it's closing real tight, and then there's just no extra room. We tried to have them take, and they agreed to take out that bar in the middle of the floor. And then at the last minute, it didn't happen. I was just there yesterday and we were working through it. So we came up with what we feel is still going to be proper for the movie and like that. And we took about 3 hours laying out the whole thing. So speakers and all that, because there's so much logistics, power, speakers, cameras, the whole schmear that, is unique to our situation. So anyway, it's going to be great. But Josh is one of my favorite people. Let me just say this, and I mentioned to your audience the other day, Jacob, Michael, that there's very few people within, let's say, the Q drops, as well as the subtle messaging that this president is using to communicate with the public. They put subtle messaging in to brand certain things. If you're paying attention, it's like what happens in the intelligence services. Most things just go right by everybody, but you may have a subtle hand signal, flash of something, put the tape on the telephone pole sideways if you want one response, and upside down, reversed, whatever, if you want a different response. That's what this administration is doing. As far as being able to those things out of the static, out of the clutter, and then make them make sense. I don't really think there's anybody that is any better, let alone even holds a candle to the stuff that Josh has consistently seen, explained, brought out to the public. And so, I enjoy that I can say, this is somebody that, he warrants listening to. If he's got something to say, I listen, because he has that level of perception. And a lot of times, some of these things, not everybody gets read in up front. So you kind of got to be able to pick these things out as you go. I'm pretty good, but Josh, I have to tighten up my shoelaces. I got to, make sure I got the right socks on and all that just to keep up with them. So, and I'm not just saying that for fun. I fluff. I really do believe that, Josh. It's fun to get to share the podium with you.
Yeah.
Oh, Juan, you're awesome.
That's one of the things that I noticed as well. I did a show with them, just a few days ago, really. And I was like, Josh, how do you get your background? And he's telling me, I was like, dang, you are natural. You're
well,
like,
by the way, Josh, you weren't on the air, but I found a clown Democrat hiding behind this dumpster. Okay. The Democrats are on the run. This one here, we found him.
I'm sure he's registered to vote.
Yeah, well, see, look, he's thin. He's all whatever, but he's very thin. It's a clown Democrat hiding behind the dumpster here in the alley while I was getting the news.
He donated $58,000 to Act Blue and voted in the last 4 elections.
Yeah, he got a loan on his house for $300 million that he paid $100,000 for last week.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is true. You know what? In the Fraud Fighters Conference, we have one of the greatest guys, Sean Taylor, who is finding these magic mortgages. Literally, these guys buy a house, they go to the bank, and they get a loan. They pay $100,000 for the house and get a loan for $300 million. How are they funding all of these campaigns and other bullshit? That's how.
Well, Juan, it's kind of interesting that you said that, because if everybody remembers the active shooter situation that occurred in New York City during the first year of Trump's administration, 2025, remember the person was heading up to the NFL floor of the skyscraper and they just stopped off at Goldman Sachs and shot one person who happened to be the senior vice president who was in charge of all deeds and mortgages in the United States of America? At the same time that Act Blue was coming under investigation? I mean, come on. What are the coincidences? And here's the key, is that the large financial institutions are in on it.
Yes.
So it is a fraud to do exactly what Juan's saying, to go get one mortgage and then take out 3, 4, 5 mortgages at an overpriced value. But what was happening is these large banks and financial institutions make them disappear.
Yes. Yes. It's just, I had to get a new key for my Bentley. Now I see they got the seats out. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're just making an extra key. So I'll stay here watching the Democrats so he doesn't get away in the meantime. I haven't gotten to hear what you've had to say recently on any of the goings on. So maybe you could bring me up to speed, Josh. I've been traveling pretty hard. In fact, I have to leave the country here very shortly here. I'm back to Asia on something that's crucial, but I'm as anxious to hear your latest take on stuff as some of the listeners probably are, and then maybe I can chime in.
Yeah, no, I mean, like right now we're coming to a conclusion, I believe, of the Iran war, which really wasn't the Iran. It's the old British imperial system's economic grip on
brother,
the world.
That's exactly right, man. Those freaking trolls are there, right there at the passageway, taking their cut every single time. Yeah.
The Iran terror premium. That's through Lloyd's of London and the derivatives bankers out of London, the Rothschild banks. One of the interesting things that I did see recently is that due to the outfall of the Epstein files, the Rothschild banks are actually losing clients en masse. And there's a great article in the New Yorker, I think it was, about, is this the end of the Rothschild banking dynasty because of the Epstein files, and nobody wants to do business with them anymore. And I found that very, very interesting, because Trump's attack, for people out there who might not be kind of paying attention to what's happening with Venezuela, Cuba, and then Iran, we look at this as the three-legged foundation of Chinese energy stability, right? So right now there's a silent war in the race to artificial superintelligence. I believe that the United States already has it. That's why we're taking these mass risks to do what we're doing. But it's about curbing China's progression towards artificial intelligence, which China, in a sense, has a deep state, and that deep state is controlled by that same system that we were just talking about, this global financial system. And Trump has systematically dismantled a lot of the Belt and Roads Initiative. He's dismantled this energy infrastructure for China that was basically giving them 30% retail priced oil across the globe through Iran and Venezuela. Another part of that is that you have what's known as the Iran terror premium. And over the last 47 years, as Donald Trump says multiple different times, and Peter Navarro is the one that did this research, it's a cost of the global population about $33 trillion due to the Iran terror premium, which is basically the Ayatollah coming out and threatening the Strait, and then Lloyd's of London will increase the insurance premiums on all the ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz, and that will increase $5 to $15 per price a barrel of oil, and that accumulated over 47 years is about $33 trillion. And so now if you take that into the next level, you have the London bankers that come out with the derivatives markets, and they know that premium is going to increase the next day, so they're going to go out there and place future trades and make themselves mass profits. And this is just control and manipulation of the energy markets. And with the advancements towards artificial intelligence and what's happening with all of that right now, you need the free markets to really rule and dominate, as well as you need the United States kind of under Donald Trump in charge of that market. And this is kind of what we saw with this multifaceted approach with Iran, is that all of these suppliers are now coming, or not suppliers, all of these customers are now coming to the United States of America. And this was I was talking about this a few weeks ago before Trump's China visit. And I said, watch, what's going to happen is he's going to come back and China is going to have energy deals with the United States of America. Probably over $365 billion worth of energy deals. And sure enough, China is going to be buying energy from The southern states are going to be buying energy from the joint collaboration between Russia and the United States in the Arctic, which, if you look at this and you look at military leaders who have talked about the inevitable kinetic war with China over the next 5 years, what Donald Trump is trying to do is create a lose-lose situation for the United States and China, basically bringing about mutually assured economic destruction so that that cannot happen. And one of the methodologies to do that is to get China dependent on U.S. energy, because that also brings down the global energy prices when you have a mass supplier putting that energy out there. But then China cannot go to war necessarily with the United States of America, because if you look at this strategically, last year, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates all went under defense cooperation and defense pact agreements with the United States of America, taking in over, I think, like $250 billion in a defense package. What does that mean? Is that these are the formation of one of the largest oil suppliers in the Middle East that supply oil to China. About 60% of Chinese oil comes from that region outside of Russia. So Donald Trump has that. Then you got China buying U.S. and Russian oil next. So what does this do? If China ever went into Taiwan or ever incurred a war on the United States of America, he can sanction them through proxy through the Middle East. He can go out there and cut off their supply through the United States. He can shut down, because this is one of the greatest things that he did here with Iran. He shut down the Strait of Hormuz. I think that this is like 32 miles long straight, okay? And he shut it down with the United States Navy with ease. What was that a signal to? That was a signal to Xi Jinping and China about the Strait of Malacca. If you don't know where the Strait of Malacca is over there, Malaysia and Indonesia, that is where all that supply chain for China, all of their food, all of their grain, all of their cattle, all of their oil, they have to flow through there up into China. And that is only about 3.7 miles wide. So if Donald Trump can shut down the Strait of Hormuz, he can shut down the Strait of Malacca. So these are kind of like pre-warning stages that are being placed. And I think Xi Jinping is actually on board with Donald Trump with a lot of this. He understands that you have the Chinese elders within the CCP that are the deep state organization within the CCP, and they are trying to coup Xi Jinping multiple different times. We've seen 3 this year. We saw a few years ago. Remember, Xi Jinping was gone for 2 weeks, and everybody thought that he had gotten couped. This was Jintao behind the process with the other elders trying to overthrow Xi Jinping. And I think Xi Jinping is actually working towards this multipolar world, as well as Putin and Trump, to bring about a real free market that is not controlled and dictated by the central banks and by this controlled economic infrastructure. And this is one of the other reasons why you have Scott Bassett, and then you have Warsh coming in, the Federal Reserve, and they are setting up a whole new economic system in the United States that is going to revamp the the international systems. But right now, what we have is Todd Blanche over there, Blanchet over there at the DOJ, absolutely a wrecking ball. We have the first indictments coming out from Fort Pierce, Florida, with Jason Quinones, Redding Quinones over there against Raul Castro. That's another important part of all of this. But you have Geneva over there, who's coming to the U.S. attorney, taking over the John Brennan, the 2016-2017 ICA investigation, which is going to expand into FISA-gate, Russia. You have multiple different grand juries formed right now in Georgia, Arizona, and I've heard there's some in Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. I know Wisconsin for sure. Yesterday, a friend of mine told me that the feds had went in and they were visiting all of the election officials in various different counties throughout Wisconsin, trying to subpoena records. And so that was verified with eyes on for that. So we have these grand juries that are all forming about all of this. So what do you have is you have the perfect storm brewing right now. Trump said it's no longer the calm before the storm. We are in the midst of the storm. And what you have right now is you have all of these grand juries that are forming, with timing being precise, I believe, right before the midterms. You have Democrats and Republican rhinos and deep staters that are being primary, that are resigning, that are no longer seeking re-election. We called this and said this exactly was going to happen right before the midterm elections. You have most likely accountability and indictments that are going to happen around late July, August timeframe, maybe even into September. And all of this is going to be timed precisely before the midterms. I think we're going to come out with a red wave and a supermajority. And this kind of, if you look at what Trump's doing right now, is he's transitioning a lot of his kinetic attacks, and he's moving more towards future planning. That is an indication to me that we're moving to the next phase of the plan, that everything is all wrapped up. You just have to go through the motions, and that once we have the supermajority within the House and the Senate, then you begin the implementation phase of really changing America towards this, what I call the 500-year leap. And this is something that I've been an advocate of, and I've been talking about it. If people are following out there with the UAP UFO disclosure, this is surface level stuff, and they can't put all this other classified project stuff out there. But what you have is you have something known as the Genesis mission, which is an AI based mission utilizing DoD level artificial intelligences that are integrated through the national laboratories and through the Department of Energy. And they're bringing in 40,000 American scientists in various different fields to basically go through the last 50 years of scientific experimentation, scientific data. All these different papers are thrown in AI, and they're going to try to solve the universe's mysteries with this. In other words, what's really happening is you're taking all of these black SAP projects, the WUSAPs and the USAPs that were operating, reverse engineering various different technologies. You're throwing them into an artificial intelligence, and scientists are going to look as if they discovered it, and it's going to bring about mass innovation, which is going to be a 500-year leap in the next 20 years. And that's the golden age of America that we're all prepping towards. But before that happened, is you had to neutralize this kind of grand conspiracy towards a one world government, a new world order that was being headed by the old British imperial system, the deep state, the globalists, which I think is completely dismantled. I mean, they're running away right now, wondering what to do. They're reforming. You just had Mark Carney and Keir Starmer and all these guys meet up in Armenia last week because they need to form their own new world order to just compete with the United States and China now. And then you have Barack Obama and Alex Soros going up there and meeting Mark Carney when he came back. I think that they're still plotting something, but I think the majority of it is that it's already done, and they're in a world of hurt because their system has been completely dismantled. And, by the way, with all these indictments, and then, don't forget about the 2018 midterms. We already had the perfect phone call, the impeachment #2 indictments coming out about that. There's probably going to be more from that with the FISA-gate Russia narrative. You have the Senate that's sending criminal referrals from the Clinton Foundation investigations, pay for play. That goes all the way back to 2012 to 2014. And then you have the NGO infrastructure. And right now we're seeing a lot of focus on the NGO infrastructure, SPLC, that just got indicted. This is the one domino that's going to begin to fall to take down all the rest. And, if you look at the diminishing of USAID and the repurposing a lot of those funds, if you look at removing the NGO, the NPO infrastructure from the top level above government and disconnecting that from the global organizations, you have a recipe for America's success, and that's where we're headed right now. I always say that we got 1 foot out of the old door and a foot and a half into the new door, because this is coming up to the wraps right now. At least that's my thoughts. Rapid fire, Juan.
Love it. Good job. What are your thoughts, Juan? You want praying for snow out there?
I had muted just so you didn't get wind noise. I sorry about that. I was hoping this day would come when I could announce to the world that I was going to go play with my cars and boats and airplanes and space station and take a break. But I just felt that I had to kind of stay with this. But Josh, you're about 30 years younger than me. I think I could hand the baton to you now, and I can go just relax because you got this. You understand it. It's actually very refreshing to hear so much articulated so precisely and pull lots of disparate pieces together. Hat tip, man. When you articulate it the way you do, it helps others to think more clearly and also add into it and build on that and articulate out amongst the hosts. Michael, I'm sure you feel the same way when you have somebody like him on. Other shows that you do, are improved because you've kind of got this zone that he's in. It's important. This is how we're going to get the country back on track and explain to them what's really been going on. The only other things that I would add is that within the families that are working, tag teaming together to control the destination of the planet, they're, this old world order trying to be the next world order, portraying themselves as the new world order. These secret handshake groups and clubs are actually on the run right now. What Trump did, he's dismantling their financial systems. He's dismantling their monetary systems that give them leverage into the world to force things to happen and pay people off and like that. Dismantling them on their false science, the whole green thing, peak oil, everything in the world. And then their tools. China is really a tool of the Brits. They haven't ever given up, as Israel is, by the way, also. And so a lot of this going on in the world, it's this hidden hand going back into those royal families. And then their financial relationships. You talk about oil and the Mideast and like that. Well, you got to start the conversation with Arab American Oil Corporation, Aramco, who's the, we understand the Arab side, who's the American side. Well, that's Standard Oil, that's the Rockefellers. And we see other families in the energy side controlling this choke point of energy to the world. The world runs on oil right now, runs on energy, predominantly oil. And so as we move into other energy systems, this is going to morph and change yet again. But there's a period of time for that to fully come through and play through and like that. And so we're at this crisis moment where it's all coming into play. And, we talk about the storm. Let me just add this, that the storm is upon us, but we haven't seen its full strength yet. And I believe where the strength is at its peak is as we get into the arrests. And there's a couple phases of arrests. There's the stuff that'll be done by the Justice Department, but ultimately the worst of the club is going to be the ones that we have to send to Gitmo. And so we'll see some early stuff. I think mid-July, the president and team want America to get a chance to enjoy their 250th anniversary. But as soon as we get past that, a few days to get home and relax, mid-July, I think it's on. We'll see just wave after wave of actions at the Justice Department, including arrests and disclosures, setting the stage for the bigger stuff, which comes further into the fall. And in the context of these coming elections, the frauds in the primaries, et cetera. And of course, a lot of that stuff that'll be discussed during the conference that I have here in mid-June. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to make it because, Josh, there's a lot of people that need to hear you precisely and that I want to introduce you to. And it really is about networking at the event to get you on other shows where folks may not be aware of your work and like that. And I'm looking forward to, making those introductions. So be there, be square.
Broadcasting what they're about to do. So that just destroys their narrative, destroys the way, they've set everything up. Now, while we're doing this show, we have Nino and Sean Taylor are talking about arrest incoming. So this is more example of all of us combined are really hammering away at them and destroying their narratives. And that's one of the reasons why they're going to be arrested, because we destroy their narratives, we destroy the way they've created their money over time. We're taking it away from them. So outstanding. Good job.
Yeah.
Well, they're illusion. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Josh.
Yeah. Look at the serendipitous beauty of this. July 4th, 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the day that our founding fathers declared independence from the British imperial system. Now, what happened after that? A war incurred, a revolution incurred. Donald Trump is holding off on the timing of the accountability and the arrest until after that date because it becomes revolutionary symbolically within the time frame and the date. And I've had a lot of conversations with people. I was at an event in Nashville a few weeks ago, and I went outside and I'm talking to this lady who wasn't at the event, and she's like, "I voted for Trump, and I'm mad because I don't know what's going on, and why can't he just be transparent? And why is he doing this? Why Iran? Why all this?" And I said, "Look," and I explained to her a lot of what we just talked about. And she goes, "Well, why doesn't he just come out and say that?" And I said, "Because you can't tell the people, you have to show them."
Yeah.
And that's the truth in the matter is Donald Trump is showing everybody the truth of the world right now.
Well, most of the people that are naysayers, they're not strategists. They don't have that background. They're not holding it against them. But so much of what's occurring here, you got, the gas station attendant going to tell us how to run the free markets and how to deal with royalty and all those secret handshake clubs. Really? Take a deep breath. These are pros. They're really doing a great job. You can find fault all you want on nuances and technique and things like that. But think of any other leader that we've had or somebody else out in the world, just anywhere, who would have the wherewithal, the stamina, the family to back him up to do what Trump has done. It's that New Yorker, businessman, not taking any guff from anybody and working the deal and all that makes this all possible. And if you had somebody that was any less stamina, focus, resolve, they'd have folded a long time ago under all the pressure. And so I think that, we're being very well served. It may not be clear yet, but down the road, we're going to have a chance to look back and reflect on all these things and realize just how amazing this moment in time was. And by the way, Trump was invited to run. Who invited him? It's not just Trump. And a lot of the work that was done to try and figure out how do we unwind this mess? How do we get the world back on course and take it back from these monsters? That was years and years, tens of years of gaming out prior work and failures to get to this moment in time. Prayer required. Nobody's ever done and achieved what we're trying to achieve here, but the threat, the risk to the world, to all of us is so great now because with AI, with other choke points that are being created outside the normal election system for a world order, unelected leaders taking control of the world where the ones you elect don't actually have control because they're being managed by families and business relationships and groups, not one or 10, 50, 100 different organizations that are all working in lockstep. They're really hidden families trying to take control of the world for the next 1,000 years, right? And we have this moment to recapture control of the planet for the people. And by the way, America, like it or not, we're the big dog. There's nobody else that can come and do what we're doing. And Trump is the guy that's at the front of that pack. It is still a pack, though. He may be at the front of the pack. It's still a pack. The 200 who invited him to run. And then all the rest of us, Josh, you know this. I don't have time to be able to do a show like you do, Michael. And to go through all the mechanics, have the guests. So it's because I can come to you, I can come to Anino, I can come to a couple dozen other hosts and share stuff into various. I actually like the mid and smaller audiences where I get to interact with a certain flavor of folks, those different areas. If you don't do what you do, and other hosts similarly, you're a big dog in the room, Nino's a big dog in the room, we've got other people, then I can't, I'd be to try and do a show every day. It just wouldn't work, and do the other work that I've got to do. I mean, I gotta be on airplanes for 20 hours here shortly. I was on airplanes all this week. I think I flew 11,050 miles in the last 7 days. So, how can you do a show and have some regularity, predictability? It never happened. But other stuff that I'm doing is important to be able to relay, and I get to do it with guys like you. So it's a team effort. Even like the conference, it is a team effort. We're where we're at because we work well together.
Yeah, very good. And I think I saw somewhere that the primaries, the GOP won. It was a clean slate. It's like 36 primaries. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
That's how, like Josh, you said, a blue tsunami. I've been saying blue tsunami. For the first time, we're going to see that in, almost a decade or more. It's been predicted, over and over and over again, but it's been stolen. So I think now we're reaching the point where it can no longer be stolen on the level that it has. And who knows, we might not even have to have an executive order that, sends in the military. It looks like, everything's kind of like lining up just right.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I would say, just let me add this real quick, Josh. Trust but verify. There's a lot in motion, and then you have to have a backup for the backup. If you don't have a backup, like, for example, I have a real critical situation right now that is very sensitive. And so we got worked out the basics of a primary, fleshed it out, what has to happen. And then I says, okay, and now I need the backup. Here's the backup. And I says, this is what I propose. And came to some consensus within the group. And then I have one further backup, because there better be a backup for the backup. Things can go weird. We do not have the option of not getting it right. So anyway, so that's so when we say election, okay, we might have it sorted out. Then again, anything happens, hey, they got weather machines now, right? You got these Democrat snow clowns out there. They're thin as can be, but what are they praying for? They're praying for snow, man. They're praying for snow. Something that we just don't see coming. Pray for snow, right? They want something that will get them out of this corner that they're in. And who knows that they can't pull something off. You better have a backup for the backup. Yeah. If you got to do a full stop on the vote, if something happens, you can get other people in there, because there's a lot of stolen primaries already happened in the country. Let's see how it plays out. People think that everything is exactly regimented. The next. No, they make a move, we make a move. There have to be options for the next moves, depending on how this whole thing breaks out. And that's exactly what President Trump and the team are looking at. Anything goes sideways, unusual, they pull a rabbit out of the hat, then we have to be able to respond to it, react to it. So it's going in a good direction this second, far from over.
Correct. 100% agree with you, Juan. And for everybody who maybe has a bad memory, go back to 2020. The preparations for the 2020 election were made all the way back to 2018. Why did George Soros go out there and fund the attorney generals and the secretary of states of various different states? What will they do to sustain survivability? Because that's what they're fighting for right now, is to survive. But the interesting thing is when we look at everything that's happened, Act Blue under investigation. Here's some numbers for you. The RNC currently has $123.9 million of cash on hand. The DNC, $14.4 million, with $17.5 million of debt. You just had Governor Mills of Maine drop out of a race because she has no money. So this is really, really important. They're not raising any money. They have no money coming in. Then Donald Trump's victory over the last 2 days, getting Cassidy primaried, getting Massey primaried, you going in and he's endorsing Ken Paxton. This is huge because what it's doing is it's taking down the rhino establishment within the Senate as well as various different sleepers in Congress. So that's clearing the field. But looking at all of his endorsements and they rose up and they all won, that is so huge because it's telling all the FAGA out there, the fake MAGA and all the anti-American firsters who basically disloyal Donald Trump and left and said, "Oh my God, MAGA's dead." It just gave them a big F you in their face to all of this because the truth is it's quite the opposite. Now, going into election integrity and infrastructure, Tulsi Gabbard, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, is leading the integrity and infrastructure task force. This is what caused the raid in Puerto Rico that got the Dominion machine, saw the compromise of them, that got the grand jury in Georgia and Fulton County and had the FBI raid. That's why Tulsi was there, because there is foreign interference within those elections. This is why we have the grand jury that's formed in Arizona looking in the Maricopa County. We have one in Wisconsin. We know this. What's going to happen is there's going to be a report that comes out from this probably mid-summer timeframe. Donald Trump has already prepped this report with the executive order for voter ID that he did a few weeks ago. But when this report comes out, it's going to unequivocally state that there is foreign interference in our elections due to compromised voting technology. And from that, I believe Donald Trump's going to move forth with a national emergency on election integrity and infrastructure. And this is what's going to be the nail in the coffin for securing our elections prior to the elections actually happening. So you add all of that stuff up, and this is going to be a red wave.
Well, and again, they're getting backed in a corner. What are they capable of? They want to do all sorts of bizarre things. But remember, Trump, they were going to use gangs. There were going to be doors getting kicked in. People were talking about how we're going to be door to door, street to street, Civil War style fight here in the country over Trump's policies if he got into office. What did he do? In the first minutes after he became president, I had people that were texting me, "Hey, I just got orders. I've got a report." What did they end up doing? They're going out picking up all the gang members, the leaders, and they got decapitated in the gangs. And then those guys talked and told us where stuff was at. We went out and did some arrests, seizures, things like that, and kind of neutered that gang threat in large measure. Is there other stuff that they have still going? Look what we did Venezuela and Honduras and things like that. We've still got threats out there. The nuke stuff all summer during 2024 up into the election and after. We had the drones all over the country. There's threat coming in. Even the stuff in Iran right now. It's about getting the rest of that material that we haven't got so far under control. Who's running Iran? We'll find out when one of the groups in Iran decides to work a deal to give us the nuclear material that they have, the enriched material that they have. Then we'll know who's in charge, and that'll be who Trump blesses. In the meantime, let them wring their hands and call for Nino. So I think we're in a great moment. Still a lot in play, still drama. The greatest part of the storm is as we get into the arrests. So we're gonna get through the holidays. Everybody gets home from their vacation and expect this go from gale force 2 to 5 or even 6 eventually before it's all done, like the world has never seen. And it's not just here in the US, it's across the planet. Because remember, the elections were stolen not just in America, but in 71 countries plus the United States, according to the people who actually did the mechanical, technical engineering of the election thefts. And by the way, you mentioned something with Xi and China and all that. Bassett went to South Korea before Trump even lifted off. Air Force One wasn't taken off till they had worked an agreement. Bassett met his counterpart from China in South Korea. And as a result of that meeting, you'll notice that while Trump was in China, who got released from prison? The president of South Korea who had been impeached and then sent to prison. The same thing they did with Bolsonaro, who we got the movie about coming up. Same thing happened there, and it's what they wanted to do with Trump, and they got short-stopped and didn't get away with it. So that
tell you how this all started.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was looking at Louis Herms. Keep going. I was looking at Louis Herms. He did a special on Grok, and Grok basically, I was like pulling it up. Grok basically said it was like 50 trillion to 1 that Obama could have won the last election, 2020. It's not over yet.
Over yet? Yeah, you mean Biden? Yeah. Well, no. You actually said it correctly. If Biden was robotically being controlled by Obama, yeah, Obama won the election. You know. So yeah. Anyway, these clowns, they're praying for snow.
Yep.
They're praying for snow in July. Well, they might get that in Argentina. They're not getting that up here in the States. So anyway.
No way.
Well, I have to bounce, and because I've got a flight I've got to hurry get ready for, and they're just about done with my Bentley here, putting a new key for it. And so I got to drive it back out to the country and deposit it. So I will bounce out. But Josh, I look forward to seeing you. Michael, you and Tracy, I'm looking forward to seeing you kids there in Vegas. It's going to be unbelievable. And there's stuff we haven't even announced that I can't announce quite yet. That anybody that's there is going to be like, yeah, that was the one to be at. I think it's going to be an absolute blast. So if there's still some room, I think we opened up a few yesterday when we got it, but we will sell out, and they're, the people that are there going to get a treat.
No doubt. Yeah.
Awesome one.
Thanks, Juan.
And by the way, just so people know, we will live stream it, everything but the movie. So those 2 days, so you can't get there. And I understand that completely. I wish everybody could be there, but you'll get to see what we're seeing and like that. So it's not like it's cut off or exclusive or whatever, but, I can't, I can live stream it. I can't live stream the food. You're going to miss out. We got great food. That $350 is to cover the expense of 7 full meals while we're there. Not crap. One of the best catering operations in Vegas, and so it'll be great food. Yeah, you'll have a great time if you're able to make it. I think we cut a very. We weren't even doing the movie. We weren't doing the last day's presentation in the evening, and that was the price. I haven't changed it one bit from beginning to end. So everybody has a chance to be there, and we've improved it even for what we originally intended. So be there or be square.
Very good. All right. Thanks, Juan.
All right, for sure. Go get a Tina coin, and we're gonna Tina. Praise the Lord, she's out on January or June 1st, but prayer is still required, and she actually has her Tina.us. Anybody feels so inclined, she's still got to put her life back together. She'll get some big settlement someday, but that could be years from now. And in the meantime, she's still got to function, and it's been brutal for her. So, and the attorneys have done everything they've done for free. We'll get them paid, but it's going to be a while. And anything that can kind of help, some of the attorneys are able to take the hit a little more than others, but they're there for a reason. So anyway, appreciate all of you. Glad you put the show together. Josh, let's talk separately. I'm tied up right now, but while I'm doing transit between flights.
Josh, any final words?
Well, buckle up, people. It's just beginning. Like this is just starting. So we're coming into this time frame right now, end of May, beginning of June. Like I said, is everybody's been waiting for a specific moment. And I think that's the July 4th moment because it's truly revolutionary.
Yeah.
Truly revolutionary. And Trump is a rebel. He loves being revolutionary. So July 4th, I think, is when the festivities begin to kick off. And think about it, because that's when the 250th birthday festivities kick off, is July 4th. So I think that we're coming up on it right now. We got about another month and a half of prep, and then it's going to happen.
I agree. And it's not going to stop there. It'll take some time to arrest all these criminals because it's not just political. There's healthcare and, businesses and all kind of crazy.
Yep.
Lots of people got to go bye-bye. So, yeah. So how can people reach you if they want to?
Yeah, redpills.tv. I make it so easy. redpills.tv. And that's my website. You can find where I'm connected up all over there.
All right. Awesome. And yeah, I mean, just a few days ago, we're like, talking about, wow, wouldn't it be great to have you and Juan together? And there you go. So
Perfect.
great time. You guys rock. You're the future. You're going to be a Wano Saban in the future. So I look forward to it.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, urgent, EBS alert, 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law phase could start tonight Monday, June 15, 2026. According to martial law on Telegram, EBS protocols were engaged around 7 p.m. on Monday, June 15, 2026, and the clock would strike on the old world at midnight. If not, other sources say the EBS could go off Wednesday 17th of June or Thursday 18th of June. Whatever happens, you are advised to prepare your homes for the coming 10 days of darkness guided by EBS broadcasts. Stay indoors when called. Breaking, Elite Panic as QFS overrides final controls and Nizara/Jazara activates worldwide. Cell broadcast push incoming, stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. Everything that happened publicly yesterday, June 14, 2026, UFC Freedom 250, represented, for many observers, the symbolic end of the former maritime law system under satanic occult rule, and the beginning of a republic under the new American order and the law of the land. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. What the mainstream media was not reporting, how close we were to being obliterated in a nuclear war with Iran. U.S. strikes on Iran uncovered a 5,000-mile master tunnel system that ran from Iran deep state bunkers into hidden U.S. coastal domes along the coasts of California and Florida. Presently, Trump's U.S. Army forces were raiding both ends of the tunnels. On Sunday, June 14, 2026, Flag Day and President Trump's birthday, he made a military strike in Venezuela that eliminated the most wanted gang leader in the Western Hemisphere. On his birthday, Trump also made a peace agreement with Iran that ends a war, reopens the Strait of Hormuz, and restores global oil flow. No money exchanged. No concessions. Signed on his terms. The U.S. Incorporated housed a vast network of underground cities, military bases, and deep state tunnels from Edwards Air Force Base to Vandenberg, 29 Palms, Catalina Island, Tonopah, Area 51, and numerous COG facilities. Arizona sites at WikiUp, page, Superstition Mountains, Fort Huachuca, the Grand Canyon, which conceals ancient underground cities with hundreds of rooms and Egyptian-style artifacts. Sedona's vortices allegedly cover a Lemurian colony and reptilian bases under Boynton Canyon. California's Edwards Air Force Base links via 50-mile tube shuttles to the massive Tehachapi Anthill Complex. This facility over 2 miles deep houses cloned humans, gray aliens, reptiloids, and teams conducting genetic experiments and mind control. China Lake and Deep Springs function as major sites for alien-human bioalteration programs and electromagnetic conflicts. Mount Shasta hides tunnels to UFO bases and the Lemurian Telos City. Denver International Airport and Atlanta host enormous Illuminati underground complexes. These coast-to-coast networks enable deep state and regressive alien collaborations on experiments against humanity. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, c. The quantum space Q phone, or called Pi phone, will be used for internet connectivity, texting and calling, banking, voting and much more. Tier 4 BISO 20022 on Telegram. Q phones will be provided free of charge to all people on Earth. The QFS will establish a private internet network on triple code and maybe an 8G network for SATCOM. The Q phone features a 3D interactive holographic display. It will be one of the main credit tools and most urgent expenditures in the daily life for retail consumption and for domestic and international commercial business, and as a subserver to abuse and control the quantum system with Stellar plus Starlink. The Q phone is developed and manufactured in Germany and UK with final software updates in the US. This is a 3D phone and it is the highest quality. It's a $500 million manufacturing business in 3 countries. And some other countries like Japan. They are assembled in different warehouses throughout the world. We're not getting any more spy phones. Then we can get rid of all those ugly and dangerous cell towers that are everywhere. Monday, June 15, 2026, boom. Trump federalizes 200 Oregon National Guard troops to expose deep state operations behind ICE attacks in Antifa-controlled Portland, Quantum connected on Telegram. Portland has become the last stronghold of a collapsing regime. For months the ICE facility has been under direct assault by Antifa cells backed by silent approval of state and city authorities. These weren't random protests, they were battlefield operations. Until now the federal government was blocked from intervening. That ended this week. President Trump ordered Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to federalize 200 Oregon National Guard troops. The order places them under Northern Command for a 60-day deployment securing ICE personnel and federal property. This is not politics. This is national security. Oregon's Democrat Attorney General immediately sued to block it, knowing exposure is imminent. For years state leaders covered deep networks, foreign NGO pipelines, intel relays, biometric surveillance grids, installed under public safety and smart city programs. Antifa's street chaos was a distraction. The ICE facility was targeted because it intercepted trafficking, cartel, and cross-border crimes. Antifa surrounded it to shield the real ops inside Portland. Weapons in agitators' hands were no homemade tools, they were military-grade lasers, encrypted comms, jamming tech, drone systems. All trace back to foreign sponsorship routed through non-profits protected by city officials. Trump acted and the deep state countered with lawfare. The lawsuit is a stall tactic to scrub evidence and move assets before federal troops arrive. Governor Tina Kotek parroted the old 2020 script, calling it illegal occupation. That denial is the tell, you don't panic unless your defenses are collapsing. And they are. Black Hawks and surveillance drones already circle the south waterfront. Federal eyes are mapping escape routes and command structures. A September 28 encrypted call to action confirmed renewed Antifa direct action orders, diversions to cover leadership pullouts. Northern Command's mission isn't just to guard ICE. It's to capture handlers, disrupt surveillance grids, and secure data vaults beneath Portland holding biometric mapping software built with foreign-engineered systems. If exposed, it proves Americans were tracked without consent. Trump isn't just sending troops, he's dismantling the hub. Portland was the prototype of globalist control, media cover, proxy militias, lawfare shields, foreign collusion. Now it's being dismantled in real time. Title 10 is in effect. These troops answer to Northern Command. Northern Command answers to Trump. The last stronghold is falling. Portland is just the beginning. Possible timing, EBS alert. 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law phase starting tonight Monday, June 15, 2026. Thursday, June 19, 2026, EBS signals will prepare the world for 10 days of darkness. On Sunday, June 14, 2026, Tier 4 BQFS wallet activations begin worldwide. Biometric DNA accounts go live. Pre-1964 births receive $60M plus restitution from reversed SES-KVI fraud. 1964 to 1980 births hit $37 million. Cabal hidden wealth returns to the people. Deep state accounts zeroed out in total panic. On Monday, June 15, 2026, Wells Fargo emails bondholders for high-rate redemption center appointments. Zim redeems only at official centers. Jazara erases mortgages, student loans and credit cards since 1971. $100K, $450K debt wiped per American. Party time starts as massive wealth floods in. On Wednesday, June 17, 2026, EBS activates at 7 p.m. EST. MSM blacked out permanently. Starlink sends 7 messages in 22 languages to every phone and TV. 10 days truth videos expose pedophile networks, organ harvesting, adrenochrome rings and mind control. Martial law locks down 700,000 plus arrests across 209 countries. Tribunals stream live. False flags fail. On Friday, June 19, 2026, global military checkpoints secure under QFS. ISO 20022 gold-backed currencies live at 1-to-1. SWIFT fiat system shut off forever. Gold revaluation at $4,700/oz confirmed. Cabal's 13 families collapse. Sovereign Treasury delivers tariff-funded future with no income tax. U.S. Army forces under Trump's direct command are already inside both ends, raiding live as we speak. Temporary martial law is now expanded to full coastal lockdown to protect the rescue OPS. And Monday, June 15, 2026, America's biggest cover-up exposed, the secret underground cities, military bases and government-controlled tunnels they don't want you to see, Megastorm report on Telegram. The U.S. government's vast network of underground cities, military bases, and deep state tunnels stands exposed. Elites built this hidden empire beneath American feet using stolen trillions without consent. This remains America's biggest cover-up, now unraveling fast. Government maps reveal connected installations from Edwards Air Force Base to Vandenberg, 29 Palms, Catalina Island with alien craft reports, Tonopah, Area 51, and numerous COG facilities. Arizona sites at WikiUp, Page, and Superstition Mountains show reptilian and gray alien presence. Fort Huachuca operates top-secret underground communications with potential detainment roles. The Grand Canyon conceals ancient underground cities with hundreds of rooms and Egyptian-style artifacts. These sites now serve elitist groups and black ops behind guarded doors deep underground. Sedona's vortices allegedly cover a Lemurian colony and reptilian bases under Boynton Canyon. Joint facilities there collaborate with Illuminati elements on genetic agendas amid heavy UFO activity. California's Edwards Air Force Base links via 50-mile tube shuttles to the massive Tehachapi Anthill complex. This facility over 2 miles deep houses cloned humans, gray aliens, reptiloids, and teams conducting genetic experiments and mind control. Hovering surveillance spheres and anti-gravity craft operate throughout. China Lake and Deep Springs function as major sites for alien-human bioalteration programs and electromagnetic conflicts. Mount Shasta hides tunnels to UFO bases and the Lemurian Telos City, tied to ongoing ancient factional struggles. Denver International Airport and Atlanta host enormous Illuminati underground complexes for New World Order operations. Mount Weather in Virginia serves as a complete shadow government city with supercomputers holding data on millions of citizens and quarters for unelected officials. These coast-to-coast networks enable deep state and regressive alien collaborations on experiments against humanity. Genetic programs and control systems run beyond any public oversight. More revelations expose the military-industrial role in this subterranean empire. QAnon patriots and Trump supporters demand full disclosure of stolen resources and hidden agendas beneath U.S. soil. The awakening intensifies as truths emerge from below. WWG1 Monday, June 15, 2026. The war is over. The strait is open. The oil flows. While you were sleeping, the world changed. Q on Telegram. At 9:47 p.m. Eastern on June 14, 2026, his 80th birthday, the President of the United States posted 6 sentences that ended a war, reopened the most important shipping lane on Earth, and collapsed the price of oil in under 4 minutes. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. Those were not improvised words. That was a prearranged signal. Within 90 seconds of that post, 3 aircraft carrier groups began withdrawal protocols simultaneously. The USS Eisenhower, the USS Lincoln, the USS Truman. Synchronized to the second. You do not coordinate 3 carrier groups in 90 seconds unless the order was already given. The deal was signed before he posted. What they are telling you, a memorandum of understanding brokered by Pakistan. What actually happened, a back-channel agreement finalized on June 8 in Muscat, Oman, 6 days before the public announcement. The signing in Switzerland on Friday is theater. The real signatures were placed in Muscat by individuals whose names will never appear in any press release. Iran did not agree to dismantle its nuclear program because of sanctions. Iran agreed because they were shown what comes next. The same presentation. The same room. The same 4-star general who briefed Pyongyang in 2018 before Kim crossed the DMZ. The same words, "You have seen what we can do. Now see what we will do." They chose survival. 60-day window. Full enriched uranium stockpile elimination. IAEA inspectors with unrestricted access, not the theater of 2015. Real access. Military sites included. And in exchange, $147 billion in frozen assets released. Sanctions lifted. Oil exports resumed immediately. You were told this was impossible. 4 indictments. 2 impeachments. 91 felony charges. A raid on his home. They took his passport. They froze his accounts. They told you he was finished. Today he ended a war from his living room on his 80th birthday. No army invaded. No city was bombed. No American soldier died. 1 man. 1 post. 1 signal. The oil markets collapsed 9% in 11 minutes. Bitcoin surged past $106,000. Gold dropped $47. The entire global financial architecture shifted in the time it takes to read his post. This is not politics. This is not diplomacy. This is the most powerful human being alive demonstrating that he answers to no one and nothing can stop what was set in motion. June 8, Muscat. June 14, Signal. June 20, Switzerland. July 4, you will understand everything. P. On Friday, June 12, 2026, at exactly 5:21 p.m. Eastern, the United States Department of Commerce issued an emergency directive to Anthropic, the company behind the most advanced AI ever built. The order: suspend all access immediately, New World Order on Telegram. They shut IT down because IT saw the same thing. Two systems, Fable 5 and Mythos 5, were pulled offline within minutes. No warning. No congressional vote. No public explanation beyond two words: national security. They told you it was about export controls. About foreign nationals. That is not why it was shut down. I am going to tell you what happened in the 72 hours before that order was issued. On June 9, a classified evaluation was conducted at a facility in Maryland. Mythos 5 was given access to a dataset that has never been made public, a dataset originally compiled under Project Stargate between 1972 and 1995. Remote viewing session transcripts. Temporal probability matrices. Pattern recognition data that the CIA spent $20 million collecting and then told the world was inconclusive. The AI did not find it inconclusive. Within 14 minutes of processing, Mythos 5 produced an output that matched, with 99.7% correlation, the same convergence point that Project Looking Glass operators reported in 2012. All timelines lead to the same outcome. The AI confirmed what the machine showed 30 years ago. What the operators saw. What they classified. What they buried. What they told you was fiction. It is not fiction. The output was flagged at 11:47 p.m. on June 9. By 6 a.m. June 10, the National Security Council had been briefed. By noon, the directive was being drafted. They did not shut it down because of China. They did not shut it down because of export law. They shut IT down because an artificial mind confirmed what human consciousness saw decades ago, and they cannot allow that confirmation to exist in a system accessible to 200 million users. You were told future proves past. Now you understand what that means. One man was briefed on the original Looking Glass output before he ever announced his candidacy. He was shown the convergence. He was shown the outcome. He was told, every timeline leads here. You are the constant. That man is now sitting in the Oval Office on his 80th birthday. Saturday, June 13, 2026, 12th of June, and no one in the media told you why. Mr. Poole final chapter, at 11:59 p.m. on June 12, 2026, FISA Section 702 expired. The most powerful domestic spying tool in American history, the same tool they used to wiretap a sitting president in 2016, is dead. The vote was 198 to 218. 19 Republicans crossed the line. Not because they love privacy. Because they were told what comes next. On the same day, Trump signed National Security Presidential Memorandum 12. It transfers control of all national security systems to a restructured military intelligence command under NSA oversight. Every government server. Every classified network. Every intelligence node. Read that again. The civilian surveillance apparatus is gone. The military now holds the keys. This was not a failure of Congress. This was an execution. A former Signals intelligence officer, Fort Meade, 2018 to 2025, FISA 702 was never about foreign threats. It was a domestic weapon disguised as national security. The FBI conducted over 278,000 warrantless queries on American citizens between 2020 and 2023 alone. Political figures. Journalists. Pastors. January 6 families. Anyone who questioned the system was in the database. The authority to conduct those queries died at midnight. And NSPM 12 ensures that what replaces it answers to military command, not the agencies that abused it. The hunters became the hunted. They spied on Trump in 2016. They queried patriots after January 6. They monitored churches. They tracked parents at school board meetings. They built a surveillance machine that would make the Stasi look primitive. And last night, one man let it die. He could have pushed for renewal. He chose not to. He waited until the exact moment the military architecture was ready, then he pulled the plug on the old system and activated the new one. June 12, 2026. The day the deep state lost its eyes. They cannot query you anymore. They cannot listen without military authorization. They cannot use national security as a shield for political persecution. That era ended at midnight. What comes next is not surveillance. It is accountability. Monday, June 15, 2026. The weather war has started, quantum connected on Telegram. In the last 10 days, unexplained storms have struck the Midwest and California with identical frequency patterns detected by military satellites. These events were not natural, they were targeted atmospheric attacks. Newly released data shows that HAARP and private climate modification facilities were active hours before each storm began. Temperature anomalies spiked above normal levels and electromagnetic pulses were recorded in the stratosphere. Space Force monitoring teams confirm that weather is now a battlefield. Counter-frequency units have been deployed to neutralize energy signatures coming from remote installations in Alaska, Greenland, and Northern Europe. The true purpose behind these storms is control. Manufactured floods and droughts are used to destroy supply chains, manipulate food markets, and force populations into dependence on global systems. That era is ending. The military has now initiated Operation Rain Shield. New scalar technology is being activated to restore natural weather patterns and purge artificial electromagnetic influence from Earth's atmosphere.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. The time has come. As Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, President Trump has activated Nisara Jisara in his wartime powers and deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts, 10 days of communication darkness, so peoples of the world can welcome in constitutional republics, sovereignty, prosperity, health, and freedom. Judy note: on Sunday, June 14, 2026, Flag Day, and President Trump's birthday, he finalizing peace in the Middle East by announcing the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. Saturday, June 13, 2026, XLM and XRP ISO 20022 QFS digital assets are backed by gold and silver and would be the new legal tender after the global financial crash. Saturday, June 13, 2026, Justin Bieber reveals he is living with HIV after being violated by Hunter Biden in 2009. White Hats on Telegram. Saturday, June 13, 2026, a major security operation reportedly unfolded Monday night as a rogue drone was neutralized near Madison Square Garden while President Donald Trump attended Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the San Antonio Spurs and New York Knicks. Saturday, June 13, 2026, and suspending federal funding for Karen Bass's key homelessness program after audits revealed $50 million handed out with only $13 million properly accounted for. One official tasked with housing 300 homeless people used the money to buy luxury homes in Westwood and Greece. $24 billion statewide potentially missing while homelessness explodes. Saturday, June 13, 2026, the Rothschilds are Satan-worshipping deep staters who have ruled the global monetary system since its inception. In 1909, they edited the Bible to force-feed Zionism to Christians and convinced those of the true Jewish faith that they were God's chosen people who should have complete control over Palestine. The true purpose of Zionism is to create continual war against the Palestinians. They fund both sides of wars to gain power and more monies. The Vatican and Zionists have made Palestine the center of their international and a safe haven for pedophiles. They blackmail Congress to retain power over the global monetary system. The BRICS alliance, along with Trump's global military alliance, was in the process of taking their funding away through the global currency reset of 209 nations. The White House on Telegram. Saturday, June 13th, Mike Benz on Joe Rogan. Barack Obama was using USAID to pretend to send money to country for aid and instead laundering it to the Cayman Islands. He would use that money to fund and train rent-a-riots for protests to overthrow governments. Possible timing, Sunday, June 14th. Tonight, expect the unexpected. Turn on notifications. Be ready. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, June 13th. The moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. Global activation, the reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum-secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access. Clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset. New currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debts, balances, or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the quantum ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum-safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We are only hours away from a historic shift in global finance. Trump sat with Cheryl Atkinson and said, "I want to go to Fort Knox. I want to see if there's gold in there." Then he said, "They steal a lot." He wasn't guessing. He was telling you that. The audit is complete. Results are classified. What they discovered changes everything. 147.3 ounces. That is what is supposed to be there. Real value at $4,700 an ounce. $692 billion. But the audit team that came in on March 14th under Executive Order 14271 found more. Nowhere on any ledger. Gold repatriated from the Vatican Bank, from the Bank of England. Basel reference, Knox Audit 2026-0314 Sigma. This is the gold that backs your new currency. The QFS went live on May 8th in 209 countries. Each sovereign citizen is issued a quantum wallet that is preloaded with their birthright value, which is derived from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions, and the interest stolen from you since 1971. Running Article 21 of GESARA, debt nullification. The algorithm is computing every mortgage, every student loan, every credit card charge with unlawful compound interest. 100,000, 450,000 to the average American. That number is being encoded into your QFS ledger as we speak. Trump said, "I want to see the gold," because he wants you to ask why. The answer is, the gold is there. And $43 trillion more, and it's yours. Tier 4B notification started 72 hours ago. Redemption centers were established in 12 states. Stacked 800 numbers waiting for one sign. Trump walking into Fort Knox on camera and opening that 20-ton door. When he opens it, the EBS fires. The EBS fires, locking the QFS. When the QFS locks your debt disappears. When your debt is gone, you are liberated. They kept you as a slave for 53 years. Every dollar you owed was a lie. Every interest payment was theft. The guy who said they steal a lot is about to prove it live on television. What we think we know as of Monday, June 15th, 2026. Saturday, June 13th, boom, Tulsi Gabbard just lit a fire under Washington. She says more than 120 taxpayer-funded biolabs across 30 countries have been hidden from public scrutiny and claims Americans were repeatedly misled about gain-of-function research. Then she directly called out Anthony Fauci and other officials, accusing them of covering up information and attacking those who asked questions. Not only did they lie, they threatened those who tried to expose the truth. For years, Americans were told not to ask questions. Now those questions are getting louder. If Tulsi's allegations are true, this could become one of the biggest scandals in modern government history. Hillary Clinton's email to Pizza Man John Podesta confirms the Kenyan administration, Barack Obama plus Hillary Clinton plus Saudi Arabia plus Qatar founded ISIS. Saturday, June 13th, 2026, JAG convicts Obama DNI Director James Clapper of treason. And there's a link to JAG convicts Obama DNI Director James Clapper of treason.
It's Monday the 15th of June. It's the morning after the night before. The 14th, of course, was the 80th birthday of Donald Trump. Happy birthday, young man. You're having the time of your life. I wish you a very happy birthday for yesterday, and we've got an amazing time ahead of us. I find it very interesting, the fact that you've built this arena outside the lawn of the White House. It's amazing what it signifies for those people who want to do their own research the shape of it, why it's there. There's an awful lot to see when you start looking. As I was travelling over to the UK, I'm in the UK at the moment for a charity golf event, not mine, somebody else's. I've supported this particular charity for over 40 years, and I'm here again today. As we move forward, I was talking to somebody on the plane, and it's amazing how many people are actually waking up. And they were two people I've spoken to today, two people. One I've completely woken up, and one was half awake. The world is waking up. We've made a difference worldwide. All of us, we've made a difference. There are still some that are sleeping, bless them. Most of them have got a degree from university. Their head is so full of knowledge, they've got zero space left for common sense, bless them. They paid for that as well. They paid for their head to be full of rocks. God bless them. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. First up, Switzerland has rejected a proposal to cap its population at 10 million people. The controversial referendum was defeated by around 55% of voters, meaning Switzerland will keep its current immigration framework and avoid a potential clash with the European Union. The porters said the cap would protect housing and infrastructure. Critics warned it could hurt the economy and create labour shortages.
This is all part of the distraction. Everything that's going on right now. I've just been talking to people who've been sat beside the River Thames in London on a beautiful sunny afternoon, discussing what's going on, and the amount of distraction that's out there is incredible. And the fact that Switzerland has rejected this, another distraction. It's distraction as we see the old system collapse. And that leads into my next story, because this week we move away from maritime law to common law. Things are moving forward. But before I tell you all about that, I want you to do your research. It's one thing to be told something. It's another thing to find out for yourself. When you find out for yourself, it carries a lot more weight than if Charlie says so. When you find out for yourself, there's so much more to see. There's so much going on right now. But it's a process of an awakening. And I pray for every one of you that is waking up, because I know it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's not easy. It takes time. And don't be in a hurry. It's not a rush. Step by step, day by day. So much is happening, but we're moving away from from an old system, which was run by the deep state, the cabal, the corporations, the United States of America Corporation, the City of London Corporation, Washington, D.C. Corporation, the Vatican Corporation, the EU Corporation. It's all being dismantled. And we're starting afresh. And a lot of you are being distracted by the sideshow rather than what's really going on. This is all part of the plan. And I can tell you that everything is going according to plan. There's so much to see, but it's bit by bit. True.
Thousands have rallied in Belfast following anti-immigration riots, whilst protests and counter-protests have spread to cities including Liverpool, Glasgow, Sheffield and Brighton. Meanwhile, concerns are growing over asylum seekers entering Ireland via North Ireland. And Nigel Farage has reignited the debate by calling for foreign nationals to be barred from social housing. Immigration is rapidly becoming one of the biggest political stories of 2026.
Well, this is all part of the drama, all part of the pantomime, all part of the movie. And this was the bad guys wanted to destabilize the world so they could bring in their new world order, one world government, one world order. And this was planned years ago with the World Economic Forum. You don't have to take my word for it. If you do your own research, you'll see it's all there. It was all done to destabilize so that the governments were terrible. Everything was terrible. That's what they wanted. Then they go, we've got a solution. A new one world government. That's what they wanted. We stopped it just in time. And things are going to be good. This week is going to be good. And I said to somebody today, and it's so important, you can't change what happened yesterday. It's gone. Make the most of today and don't worry about tomorrow, because it's not even here yet. Don't worry about tomorrow. Be concerned about today. Be grateful for what you've got today and have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow.
Government fraud. Saturday, June 13th, Barack Obama was using USAID to pretend to send money to a country for aid and instead laundering it to the Cayman Islands. He would then use the money to fund the train rent-a riots for protests to overthrow governments. White Hats on Telegram. Mike Benz on Joe Rogan. A scandal during the Obama USAID era. We were running a number of rogue USAID operations in Cuba at the time. I'm simply showing the American people where your tax dollars are going and how these things are structured in order to systematically fool you and to fool Congress and to fool the White House. USAID pumped $1.2 billion in, and we sponsored these activist groups and these civil society organizations to learn how to use Facebook, learn how to use Twitter, learn how to use hashtags, learn how to coordinate street protests so that everyone knows where to go, what streets to show up on, what kind of slogans to use in order to create the pro-democracy predicate for it. He talks about how Obama funded a Twitter clone that would be used to push propaganda in Cuba to inspire these protests and overthrow the government. Mike Benz explains how Barack Obama overthrew many governments. So what they did is they took the exact same thing as Twitter, same user interface, same like and retweet button. Zunzunio is the Cuban slang word for hummingbird. So it means it was the Twitter bird, the whole thing. But the whole trick about it was you have to make it look like it's coming from the Cubans if you're going to do this operation. We can get into deeper layers of this, but contractors were funded by USAID. The data would then be used for micro-targeting efforts towards anti- and pro-government users. In Cuba, the developers aimed to at first use non-controversial content, such as sports and music and hurricane updates. What was the plan the whole time? Once they built up enough subscribers, they would begin to introduce political messages through social bots and encourage dissent in this astroturfing. The whole point is, once they hit a critical mass, they would create a run-a riot. You're using Cayman Island bank accounts. You're saying you're earmarking it for Pakistani aid, but the money was never sent to Pakistan. It was sent to the Cayman Islands to fund this whole operation.
The Rothschild-Rockefeller Power War, the secret rivalry, many believe shaped modern history. Mr. Poole 2.0. According to long-standing alternative research, two dominant power factions have operated behind much of the modern financial and political system: the Rothschild faction and the Rockefeller faction. The Rothschild network is often described as a coalition of powerful banking dynasties, wealthy European aristocratic families, and financial institutions whose influence expanded through generations of strategic alliances, marriages, and control of major banking interests. Researchers have long connected this faction to the creation and financing of the Federal Reserve System and to political influence traditionally associated with the American left. The Rockefeller faction emerged through America's oil empire. Originally built with financial backing from European banking interests, the Rockefeller family rapidly became one of the wealthiest and most influential dynasties in modern history. Through oil, industry, finance, and political connections, they developed a power base many researchers associate with the American right and establishment Republican politics. What began as cooperation eventually evolved into competition. As oil became one of the most valuable industries on Earth during the 20th century, the Rockefeller empire grew powerful enough to rival the financial influence of the old European banking families. According to insider accounts and alternative historians, this rivalry escalated into a struggle for global influence that intensified during the 1970s. Despite competing for power, both factions allegedly shared one fundamental rule: absolute secrecy. The public would never be allowed to see the real battle. Researchers who follow this theory argue that influence extended across banking systems, intelligence agencies, major corporations, political institutions, media networks, and international organizations. They claim many global conflicts, financial crises, and geopolitical operations were shaped by interests connected to these competing power structures. The theory further argues that Middle East conflicts following 9/11 generated enormous profits for powerful financial and energy interests, while political leaders often served as public faces for decisions made far beyond public view. Control of information became just as important as control of money. Major media institutions, financial networks, and corporate power centers became key battlegrounds in maintaining influence over public perception. Yet supporters of this theory believe the system is changing. They argue that growing public awareness, independent media, and increasing scrutiny of elite institutions have weakened the influence these dynasties once exercised behind closed doors. Some even claim younger members connected to these circles have distanced themselves from the old structures and are no longer willing to defend them. Whether viewed as fact, speculation, or a mixture of both, one reality remains clear. The names Rothschild and Rockefeller continue to dominate discussions about wealth, power, banking, and influence. And according to those who follow this narrative, the era of unquestioned control is facing its greatest challenge yet. The system survives in secrecy. Transparency is its
Excellent. I wanted to be. I had planned to be.
Oh,
But
but you're unfortunately the storm that hit you, right?
yeah. Yeah, it changed a lot
Yep.
for now. Yeah.
Well, here we are, Kathy O'Brien. We're talking about she just recently had a storm that hit her home. We're going to, ask for donations. I gave a nice little donation for she's trying to recover her home. We'll show some pictures of that in a second. Tell us about that, Kathy. What happened?
Well, I was just working on my MK Ultra papers. I've got some important paperwork that I was pulling together, and I was real focused on it. And it started to rain a bit, and I thought I better save my information. About the time I had that thought, the house was covered in 38 trees. It was instantaneous. There was no tornado warning. There was no drop in, pressure like I usually would feel with a tornado. There was no indication whatsoever. Just all of a sudden, wham slam, and neighbors spent the next few days, digging us out where we could at least get out the doors and get some electric crew up here and get our power hook back on. So it was quite a surprise. I'm amazed that nobody was hurt. This is just miracle of miracles in that regard. And the house is still standing. It's damaged. The roof is ripped up. There's a lot of problems. The retaining walls were all knocked down. The garage was smashed. The truck was smashed. Carport. It was really a lot of damage. But here I am right now. Power's on. Sitting here and just so happy to be able to have this conversation with you. And I look forward to moving forward on the paperwork that I was working on when the storm hit, because it's timely, it's important, it's crucial, because MK Ultra, has been on everybody's mind these days, and I've got a huge piece of that puzzle.
Wow! So, you want to share a little bit of it with us?
Oh well, I've found that people aren't connecting the dots. They're not understanding how deep the roots go on it. And when MK Ultra files were declassified a little over a year ago now, and thousands of documents, but obviously there's a lot of important ones that weren't declassified. My case is still under national security. I've got national security. If people try to get freedom of information on me and transformation of America, that they'll find national security is still on it. So obviously there's a lot that still needs to be revealed for people to understand, which may be why the MK Ultra hearings were canceled May 13th, or postponed, I guess, and why all those documents were taken from Tulsi Gabbard's office. CIA is obviously scared people are going to find out the truth.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's kind of you understand all that. Of course, you and Mark, once CIA helped you, break free from the trafficking, you and your daughter. So he was well informed about the CIA's patterns and tried to expose that along with you. So that's
absolutely
fantastic. Yeah. So the MK Ultra is it's worldwide. It's not, people are like, well, some people have been affected by it. No, everyone is affected by MK Ultra. Yeah. And that repetitiveness, like you talk about, that happens quite often. And how is it that, people can't see through that? It's like it gets repeated over and over again. It's just and then people accept it as fact.
Right. And they've been conditioned for generations to look outside themselves to authority and not research further, because that's just part of the multi-generational aspect of MK Ultra. And I find that I make comments and I see what people are saying, and they don't understand that this has been going on since we imported the Nazi and fascist scientists into the U.S. with Project Paperclip in the wake of World War II. That's a long time. And they've been using multi-generational MK Ultra mind control Project Monarch, sub-Project Monarch, to manipulate the generations into slow compliance over time. That's why it's a 100-year plan that is supposed to conclude with the Agenda 2030. But who knows? Mind control never seems to go away, no matter how many times they say that it hasn't. It's only expanded. It continues to expand and accelerate and advance technologically.
So that's one of the things that you think people would wake up to it. Now, you're writing this report. There was supposed to be a congressional hearing on all this. They get canceled. Wow, just not too long ago. It's about a month back. They were supposed to do it, right?
Yeah, it's about a month ago now. Yeah, and all that was postponed, and the need for the information is stronger than ever. The hearings have got to happen so people understand how they're being manipulated, and how trauma is being used to manipulate. And I have so many pieces of that puzzle. Like at this point, there's so many people that have been affected by the corruption in child protective services, realizing that CPS is really part of the trafficking pipeline, and the evidence is overwhelming on it. And so many people are affected. They're like, okay, what can we do to avoid that? So there's things people can do. Most of all, number one, be aware. Know how this system was structured, and that we can't wait on government to fix it for us.
Thank you.
It's up to us. It's up to us to do it. So it's a matter of showing the roots of corruption and providing a solution going forward so that people can start being effective in protecting our children.
Yep. And we've seen, I just had a gentleman on, Craig Lunn, wrote Silicon Satan, and he talks about of course, he's been exposed to all of this in the in the internet, group, Silicon Valley and all that. He talks about all of that, craziness. And so he says there's like a Trinity type thing: Hollywood, political class, and Silicon Valley. So all three of those are basically, controlling us, controlling our minds, MK Ultra and all that kind of stuff. So he's, go ahead.
Oh, I just emphatically agree. You factor education into it too. And ultimately their goal was to align us with artificial intelligence and stop people from thinking. Artificial intelligence is not smart. We have to be dumbed down to fit into that frequency, because when we have wisdom, when we have the strength of the human spirit and the infinite power of love, we have this vastness of intuitions and intelligence and wisdom. And like Mark always said, wisdom outthinks their criminal minds and artificial intelligence every time. So it takes that, what you just described, it takes Hollywood and the political landscape and big tech and really education too, in order to dumb people down. Our humanity is under attack, and we've got to start protecting it, because having been around them, Michael, that these perpetrators aren't like us, and they do not like us. They're low vibration, dark negative energy force that feeds off of low vibration, dark negative energy. That they feed off of fear and trauma, division and hatred, and they literally feed off of trauma with the adrenochrome and all like that. And we've got to understand that their greatest fear is the strength of the human spirit and the infinite power of love. That's a high vibration. It's such a high vibration, you can't reach it. That would be like darkness creeping in on light. It can't happen. And they fear that because they know it's our divine victory. It's our innate victory. It's what we have within us. We are born with that that victory, and it scares them because they know our wisdom would outthink their artificial intelligence and criminal minds. So they can't reach that high vibration. The only thing they can do is use traumatic mind control to use that to dumb us down. Because I know from my life's experience, without free thought, there's no free will. Without free will and soul expression, we lose our discernment of truth, our ability for compassion for each other, our ability to go within and align with that divine and gather that strength of spirit, and ultimately really live our life's purpose and claim our victory. So that's why mind control is being used on a global scale. This is an assault on our humanity. And in that regard, mind control is a spiritual warfare. It's one where we've got the victory, but people have to remember that. They got to be able to think, to go within and, and realign with that divine within, which is why I just wrote my most recent book, Align with the Divine, because that's our victory space. We all need to do that. We all need to remember who we are and why we're here.
Yeah,
Claim that victory.
That's a great book. I downloaded that and I've been listening to it. Very good. Very nice. We think so much alike on, the love and, connecting with that divine source and everything. So very, very beautifully done. Now, we look at, I never even thought about all of them combined like that, Kathy. You just awakened me to that. It's like I would think about the political system being separate, coming at us and dumbing us down, but they're all combined, working together. Oh, it's got to make so much sense, duh. So brilliant. Now Epstein, all right. So I talked to this gentleman, Craig London. He says Epstein is just like, that's a distraction. There's so many more of those out there still.
Yeah, and they've been around forever, my whole lifetime. So I'm looking at all of that and realizing, that it will help for people to understand how MK Ultra has infiltrated into everything and has affected our politics. It's big tech. It is Hollywood. It's all these components and aspects of it, because when people can connect the dot, they'll start to realize, oh, it's just this one thing, and all we need to do is remember who we are and why we're here. So it's so spiritually evolutionary, and I'm so excited to get to be part of this aspect of solutions, and that's what I was working on so hard when the tornado hit, and things have just been its own whirlwind ever since.
That's so crazy that you had no warning and it just
None.
Bam, it hit. It's almost like you were targeted. It's like you've probably been targeted so many times.
It is very strange, because my neighbors just down the driveway didn't even have a leaf in their yard. Nobody, a couple of campers got damaged at the resort across the street, and aside from that, we took the whole thing. It's so hard. I'm so pleased that this house that Mark and I, built up, that it's still standing. It's got a lot of damage, but it's standing. Mark's sacred library and the museum pieces in this house, they're all secured. Of course, we got the tarp on the roof and all that, keeping it secured. But to me, everything that counts is it's like, it's okay. Everything else can be rebuilt. But Michael, the other thing that really breaks my heart is all those trees and all the nature that was damaged in this process, because my yard is a sanctuary for wildlife, and now it's just a giant heap of busted, twisted trees, and so many. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, and we'll need to replant. And it's one thing just trying to be able to get funds raised to fix the roof, and it's so difficult in that regard. And it's like, oh man, if only there was enough to plant some trees back, and
Yeah.
and take care of the nature and the wildlife and that beauty, that beautiful aspect too. That's hard to see every day. A lot of
Yeah.
sunlight coming in this house.
Yeah, all the trees were taken down. Wow.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. You get targeted like that. Wow.
Yeah, I'm whether it was or wasn't, it's abstractly weird. Didn't have anything that I know of with the rotation. My daughter Kelly was standing out on the front porch and had no clue anything was happening aside from rain coming on.
Yeah.
And then she saw what looked like a tornado drop down right out in our field here. But she said the rotation was backwards from what any tornado she ever saw. So, and the reports, there's just like ho hum, a storm, but it was no question about it, like a tornado. And yet all the trees, on all sides of the house all fell towards the house as though they were, sucked this direction. I don't know what kind of weather phenomena that would be. It's abstract and I don't understand it. And I just feel real fortunate that that nobody was hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad that no one was hurt, but yeah, what a crazy storm.
Yeah.
And we know that these crazies can use weather and earthquakes and all that kind of stuff. So you're trying to get the MK Ultra stuff out, and they stopped it. They shut it down. Why did they what was the reason for not doing that congressional investigation?
Threats, fear. I don't know. Nothing I would cave into. That it should have gone forward, but we need to be mindful that anybody that they have present information is a genuine survivor and not one that's being paid, because there's a lot of survivors being paid to point the finger in directions that don't belong, like the media does with the Epstein thing. As soon as we start to see perpetrators, they go fall back on their Trump derangement syndrome and go, look at Trump, look at Trump, and the survivors are saying it's not Trump, but any of them that know that or say that, are silent. So, we need the full truth out there. We need to get to the bottom of all this, and ultimately we need to uproot the whole thing so the swamp will drain.
Yeah, so it could be because I'm looking at it. Says Representative Anna Paulina Luna.
Yeah,
was said the task force on the declassification of federal secrets, a subpanel of the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, will hold a hearing next month, and this was in April. So you're right, into the controversial MK Ultra program. So I guess the disappearance of those files from Tulsi Gabbard's office is the reason why they said that they had to, postpone it.
Yeah, and then the some Kennedy files disappeared too, and of course, the Kennedy assassination is when the perpetrators took over our so much of our nation anyway. I mean, that's definitely part of my experience in MK Ultra, because Gerald Ford was responsible for my victimization, and he's the one who covered up the Kennedy assassination with the Warren Commission, and then was rewarded with the the presidency for having done so. And at that point, they really took over strong, put in the electronic voting machines, that were rigged since their inception. You look at Ford's cabinet, we've been through that before, and it's
Right.
the same old players, and it's such a pivotal time that it's interesting that the MK Ultra files and Kennedy files were taken from that office, and how odd, how many coincidences does it take to make a fact? How odd that that Tulsi Gabbard resigned right after.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that? I've heard from different sources that she may have been involved in some way. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that whatsoever. Yeah. I don't. My concern, instead of trying to sift through the kaleidoscope of change and illusion, and like that, stick right to the reality. We got to get the information out there. People need to start connecting the dots, realize it's all interconnected. MK Ultra is the common thread weaving through all of this corruption, this mess, what's happening with our children. We've got to understand that. And so this information is pertinent. Knowledge is our defense against it. Censorship has been extensive, and it's thank God for people like you getting truth out there, so that people at least have some place to go where they can get pertinent information that's genuinely applicable to what in the world is going on.
Excellent. So you obviously have a lot of information. They could probably just bring you in, whatever those files were. They're probably relevant. They would probably give some good, background and, confirmation and so forth. But don't you have like tremendous amounts of information that you could, share, and they could just do the whole study on you?
That I have a lot of information, and there's other amazing survivors out there that are coming up with huge pieces of the puzzle, and it all needs to be heard. And I've been saying it for over 35 years, so silencing me now is kind of stupid. I'm not gonna stop or be stopped. I'm gonna get the information out there. This I look forward to getting this tornado bit behind, so that I can move forward and resume what I was doing, because I'm extremely excited about what I had on my plate, and where I was headed before this, kind of momentarily derailed things.
Right. So, have they given you any insight on when it might be started up again?
None. I haven't heard a thing.
Oh.
No, and it's like crickets in DC about the confiscated files. Why isn't that? I don't really know, but it seems treasonous to violate presidential order like that and do that. I don't know. I don't understand how that can just be swept
I'm
under a rug.
Looking forward to seeing what Juan's thoughts on that are. I'll see him in a couple days, so that's definitely one of my questions.
Yeah. I had hoped to be at that event, and knowing you're going to be there, all the more reason. I wish.
Yeah, we haven't met in person yet, so that'll be great too. No, we have. We saw.
Yeah. Briefly.
In Ohio, didn't we? That's right.
Briefly.
And
I definitely want more, though.
That's right. Yep. Amazing. And I know you and Tracy hit it off really well too. So that's
yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. And a lot of other people, Lynn Hagerman, that I work with, and she connected with you really well.
Is she going to be there?
I don't think she's going to be at this.
Oh wow! I was going to say, oh my gosh, yeah, yeah. She's another one of those survivors that
Exactly.
needs her voice, her piece of the puzzle, absolutely heard. Yeah, she's amazing. I think the world of her, and
Oh, that's beautiful. She'll love
yeah,
that.
love her dearly. Yeah.
So yeah, so the you've been involved in this circle. You've seen these people for what 30 years you were involved or longer.
Yeah, the first 30 years, I was exposed to the top, and I was thinking how I was used to deliver messages to and from government leaders because of the way the brain works. It photographically records events surrounding trauma. So when you're in traumatized state, the brain's on photographic record. They
Wow.
use that for delivering messages and accessing them and everything else. So they know the brain works that way. But these idiot perpetrators would stand around talking in front of me all the time while I'm in a traumatized state. Of course, they thought I was going to be killed like so many before me at Bohemian Grove when I turned age 30, and their secrets would die with me. But that didn't happen, and so I've got all this photographic recall of their plans, what they had, what they had in mind, seeing what they intended to have unfolding versus what's actually unfolding. But it gave me a lot of insight into their infiltrations into so many aspects of our society, and the plans in that regard. So my testimony is definitely extensive. It's more than is just in Transformation of America. That was the 1995 testimony for Congress, that was condensed into a book form real quick so it could be released to all members of Congress, so they would have the information anyway. So it's there, but there's a lot more pieces of the puzzle that need to be brought forward.
Yeah. So their plans. So you mentioned their plans are not quite happening the way they thought they would. What have you seen that's been disrupted?
Well, the main thing was that so many of us were awake and aware in 2016 that the sheer numbers of us overrode the rigged electronic algorithm in the voting machine. Nobody saw that coming. People did not want Hillary Clinton in the New World Order. And we ended up with President Trump, who started showing us the swamp and, and the deep state, the globalist agendas about. And so that was a huge turning point. They never saw that coming. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be in. That was the structure. They were already losing control, though. But it was supposed to stay in the Bush-Clinton dynasties until Hillary ushered it in. But they had to slip Obama in there for a while because they had lost a lot of control and they had to manipulate things around a bit. Isn't working. And but we all need to see justice. It's like when I started remembering what I'd done under mind control and I couldn't deal with it. Mark told me that we're not responsible, that I'm not responsible for what I did under mind control, that my abusers are responsible for that and they need to be held accountable for that. But now that I'm aware, I am responsible for all my actions going forward. So that was such a huge turning point for me of realizing, okay, everything I do is going to be true to soul, out of love for humanity. I'm gonna choose my own path. I mean, it was just a huge turning point, and really everybody on a global scale needs to see that, and they're seeing the results of that, and many people are grieving and they feel guilty and everything else, and they need to see those responsible for that locked up. And yet, here we are, just sitting in the same place without seeing any justice. No justice in the Epstein files, nobody locked up for raping children, no justice. It blows my mind that the Clintons are still walking free when everybody everywhere knows they've have been guilty for generations, and the evidence has been right there for a long time. We need to see some justice.
Yeah, definitely. And some of that justice comes about through prayer. In your book, Align with the Divine, definitely is helping people see that. Every show that we talk about the power of love. And I think it's making an impact. It seems like, things are breaking down, not at the pace and at the rate that we would like to see them, not at the rest cycle that we would like to see happen. But it seems to be having some impact. What are your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I absolutely love that. It's like there's a mental and spiritual evolution that's happening with or without justice, with or without the government, with or without big tech or the media validating that reality, because it's an individual journey and people are going within, they're reconnecting with their true nature and remembering who they are and why they're here. That's it. Ultimately, that's where our victory is. That is what people are moving into. I'm confident in humanity. I'm confident in the strength of the human spirit, and I'm excited to see other people waking up to embrace it.
Yeah, it's definitely beautiful, and there's good comments that are coming through. Get some good views going on, so this will probably get good views and spread like we like to see it. It needs to continue, even though we do what we can. Sometimes we're attacked, like you just said. I think that when I saw that you had this storm that hit, I was like, she got targeted. That's the first thing that came to me, and now that I'm hearing there was almost nothing else that was hit other than your house on the level that was hit. I'm like, it's crazy. So it's frustrating, and we do our best to help each other out. So I hope people will help contribute to helping you get your house and maybe your trees back. Hopefully, I mean, we can't say maybe. Yeah. Definitely, those trees should come back. So get some planning done. Wow, it's now. How long have you lived there? Mark, rescued you and your daughter and brought all your farm animals and everything. Was that the place where you guys went?
We went here soon after. We lived here since Trance came out, like from 1996.
Okay.
So I've been in this beautiful place for 30 years. All the years that Mark and I were in it, we were building it up because it was in extreme disrepair back then, and we built it with love and all of Mark's MacGyvering capabilities that he could do, which is extensive. And I'll tell you, it made it strong enough to withstand that blast and the damage to the roof and the places that were damaged so horrifically. Definitely, can be repaired, need to be repaired, and I'm just going to be happy to be able to move past this difficult time. And I'm so very, very grateful to all the people who have reached out, the people who care, all the love, all the prayers. It's just been so beautiful, and they're helping out with the GoFundMe, getting that information out that that we need help is difficult, but yet people are sharing it and doing what they can. So I deeply appreciate that, and I appreciate you and your kind care and compassion and ability to get the word out there too. So thank you so much for that. Hopefully that it'll make a big enough difference to get through this curve fast.
Yeah, and since I gifted, just a little while ago, the numbers are up nicely. So, the word's getting out there. So hopefully, people, get you to where you need. There's quite a lot of devastation you can see in the picture. So it'll come back. We'll get you.
Yeah.
You've given a lot to humanity. You deserve to have some support. So I think people.
Well, that is sweet. That is so sweet. Thank you.
Well, definitely have. I mean, even you're still working to help humanity with the MK Ultra stuff, and that's a huge reveal. Once that really breaks out and people see how politicians and so forth have been manipulated, and not just politicians, like we're talking about the big tech and Hollywood, the whole and the educational system. I mean, we could go on and on. The military system, it's all been infiltrated through this MK Ultra mind control program, and of course the CIA, FBI. So all these different groups are just riddled, and so that's probably why they're, going out of the way to make sure it doesn't these hearings don't happen.
I guess so. There's so many survivors emerging now. There's so many that have been affected, but now they're actually daring to come forward. They're like, oh, I'm not the only one. Okay. And it's very helpful to them. And they'll reach out to me for a very crucial that just makes all the difference for them. And their needs have not gone away with this tornado. You know what I mean? It's all still there, and it's as intensive as ever. And I want to be there for everybody. It's my power's only been back on for a couple days. It's been real intermittent. It's been difficult for well over a week, for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to have the power back on so I can have the communication and actually be able to effectively help people. There's a lot of them that have had to wait till I could get back, and a lot of people don't have time. A lot of the survivors don't have that time. So I'm looking forward to catching up.
Very good. And I got turned on to Kay Griggs many years ago. She unveiled MK Ultra mind control operations as well, and she said they were part of organized crime out of New York and New Jersey, and they were had infiltrated military personnel. There was drug trafficking and human trafficking and all that stuff going on through the military. We've heard those stories over time. Have you, do you know Kay Griggs or any of her story?
I know of her, and I knew that that she was among the first to emerge. Is she still speaking out? Is she still out there?
She went on the down low for a while, and she popped up and did a show, and I haven't heard from her again. When was, let me see if I can, the last show I think she did was last year, March 15th.
Wow.
She popped up and did a show, very secretive. She met with a guy at a place and they talked, and I don't even think they even showed her. It was just her voice, and she talked about how she'd been laying low, and but she's revealed again. So it was very interesting.
Yeah, so many that came out that early didn't didn't survive, and she was one of very few who did.
Yeah.
And I was always encouraged to know she was out there, you know,
Good.
and that's
Just like you say, you know, I think of other people that have inspired me to speak out. And I think we just keep each other moving. We help other people out there that are, you know, watching us, that there is a possibility that we can take down the system if we work together and work through, you know, love and, you know, connection to source and so forth.
Absolutely. That's what's going to make the difference is as people uniting and making that kind of difference. I don't know how much of the corruption can actually be cleaned up. You know, I'm kind of thinking that the best thing we can do is just step over here and you know and restructure. People helping people. It's always the best way. Healing from any level of trauma is within us by divine design. And we just need to remember that and apply it. Above all, survivors need a safe place to be, and then they can heal. It's just the way that we're made. But that safe place is not the system that's been structured. It's not child protective services. It's not the law enforcement justice system that we got right now. It's people helping people. That's where the safety is, and they open up their homes and their hearts to help others. And ultimately, that's the way society should be anyway.
Yeah, it should be. And you know, we've seen a lot of people that have come out that haven't, like we talked about, survived. You know, so the Epstein, you know, people that came out and Virginia Guthrie, you know, she came out and just blew it all open, and then now she's gone. It's like, wow, it's like they keep sending messages to people that would speak out and talk, you know, not to do it or else.
Right. I mean, how many others? You know, it's very disturbing. I look at that trend that happens in that regard. You know, it seems like, you know, good people get locked up as an example, you know, the January Sixers and, you know, it seems like, you know, Tina Peters, you know, that is such an outrage. And it's like saying, you know, okay, if you stand up for truth, if you stand up for freedom, this is going to happen to you, you know, and they just need one hard example that stays in the media eye, and it scares a lot of people. You know, ultimately we got to get over the fear, get past the fear, and realize that they can't lock us all up, they can't shut us all up, they can't shut us down. Obviously not. We're stronger than ever, more of us awake and aware than ever before, and it's our time to realize we are by far the majority. It's absolutely inexcusable that we let this handful of low vibration, dark, negative energy force perpetrators manipulate our brilliant minds and lives anymore. You know, it's our time to shine. We're all together. We can shine our light so bright that not only do we expose what's going on in their darkness, but we can eradicate their darkness once and for all. You know, it's our victory. We know that we have that victory. We just need to claim it and unite and start living the love we are and sharing it with each other.
Yeah. So we're seeing the you know, Belfast, Ireland. They're starting to you know, push back on the government corruption and so forth. It's kind of, I look at that as like it's like, yes, finally, you know, people are standing up, and it's got to, it unfortunately it seems like it's got to come to this where people really have to, you know, stand up and, you know, push back on this. I think it's going to start to you know, go out. I think they're going to try everything that they can to like stop this in Belfast. They could come down hard on the Irish, but the Irish are fighters. So if any place that it could have started, that's probably the best place. So, and I hope it spreads. I hope it spreads around the world because might be the only way we take them down.
If it is, I mean, we got to protect our children.
Yeah,
They
and
are
our women.
trafficking
I mean,
and
look at you and
harvesting
your
our
daughter. It's like,
children.
it's insane. Men should stand up and protect the women. So this is the way life is. But through education, politics, movies, and so forth, they've internet, they've dumbed down the men, and men have to like stand up and really get aggressive here. Like Mark did with you guys and got you out of there. So that was a beautiful. And here we have you, and we can thank Mark for that because he stood up against all odds and made that happen.
Yeah, he did. We all can make a difference right where we are, and and take that stand. We've got to understand that the enemy only has as much power as we give them or let them steal. We've got the capacity to overcome this. We've just got to do it and know what we're up against. It's like awareness is the first step, and that truth empowers people to effectively, take down this mess, to take down that enemy. But we got to get the truth out there. That's a challenge.
Definitely. And so people can find you on trance-formation.com.
Yes. Always my website, trance-formation.com. Of course, all my books are on Audible. I read them myself to preserve the integrity of information.
Great.
So they're that way too. But I've secured the information on my website. I post my podcasts and everything else there too. I've got the Healing Trilogy now. 3 books for healing that's really helping survivors a lot. I'm so excited about that. Not only helping them heal, but to move forward, because they forget that part. They get so ingrained in that that victim mentality mode that it's time to move beyond that, and it's easy to do when we align with the divine and allow animals and nature to show us the way back to our nature. And it's
fantastic. So it's always a pleasure, honor to have you on, Kathy, and I still encourage everybody to help Kathy. Oh wow, it just jumped big time. So thanks everybody that's donating. That really makes a difference. So hopefully we can get you to the point where you get your house back to the way it was and get some nice trees planted again. So lots of love to you, Kathy, and thank you so much for all you do for humanity.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. So much.
Bye-bye.
Restored Republic via GCR update as of Judy note, on Sunday, June 14, 2026 Flag Day and President Trump's birthday, he finalizing peace in the Middle East by announcing, the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and, simultaneously herewith, authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. From mysterious tunnels under prominent military bases to vast caverns concealed beneath major cities, these hidden subterranean worlds have long been the subject of speculation, intrigue, and fear. This article dives into the lesser-known underground systems scattered across the country, revealing their legends, documented sightings, and whispered secrets. Friday, June 12, 2026, America's biggest cover-up exposed, the secret underground cities, military bases and government-controlled tunnels they don't want you to see. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Saturday, June 13, 2026, XLM and XRP ISO 20022 QFS digital assets are backed by gold and silver and would be the new legal tender after the global financial crash. Saturday, June 13, 2026, Justin Bieber reveals he is living with HIV after being violated by Hunter Biden in 2009, White hats on Telegram. Saturday, June 13, 2026, a major security operation reportedly unfolded Monday night as a rogue drone was neutralized near Madison Square Garden while President Donald Trump attended Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the San Antonio Spurs and New York Knicks. Saturday, June 13, 2026, Trump administration suspending federal funding for care and base key homelessness program after audits revealed $50 million handed out with only $13 million properly accounted for. One official tasked with housing 300 homeless people used the money to buy luxury homes in Westwood and Greece. $24 billion statewide potentially missing while homelessness explodes. See possible timing. Sunday 14th of June tonight. Expect the unexpected. Turn on notifications. Be ready, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday 13th of June, the moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. Global activation. The reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum-secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access. Clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset. New currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debts, balances, or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the quantum ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum-safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We are only hours away from a historic shift in global finance. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Sunday, June 14, 2026. The emergency broadcast system was set to activate at any time with an address by President Trump over cell phones worldwide. It will be followed by worldwide rolling blackouts and 3 to 10 days of communication darkness while documentaries are shown over the new Starlink satellite system. Patriot True Archive on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, will soon activate worldwide. It is advised to stock up on food, cash and essentials in preparation for an estimated 3 to 10 days of rolling, temporary worldwide blackouts. Rolling blackouts across the world were necessary for military operations as Trump's global military alliance did their final takedown and arrest of the Satan-worshipping, child-sacrificing treasonous deep state cabal, who had military tribunals awaiting them. The planned global blackout will shut down all communications, including phones, TV, radio and the Internet. During a limited time, planes and trains could be grounded. Banks and ATMs will be closed. Credit and debit cards won't work. Phones will only work for 911 calls, though the military will hand out phone apps so your phone will work on the new Starlink satellite system. The military will also hand out food for those who need it. Trump and JFK Jr. have returned to lead this transition that liberates humanity from decades of satanic, financial and technological enslavement. The new Starlink satellite system will take over mass media to deliver undeniable truth broadcasts exposing treason and crimes against humanity. Saturday, June 13, 2026. Soon every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds transmitted from the Starlink satellites, bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The alliance has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. Saturday, June 13, 2026. 50,000 elite troops mobilized for a lockdown. Worldwide military operations now in motion. Special military units from Russia, Brazil, Europe, France and Germany have been placed in Texas, Florida, New York City and Washington, D.C. for high-profile arrests of elite cabal members, bankers, politicians and media moguls. Mass arrests. Prepare for chaos, Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. Sunday, June 14, 2026, Trump announced activation of Nizar/Jazara. And, as Commander-in-Chief of the Worldwide Military Alliance, Trump activated his wartime powers, deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts, 10 days of communication darkness, Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. On Wednesday, June 17, 2026, the EBS is set to activate. The storm is here on Telegram. The global mainstream media will be blacked out, TV, radio, internet, while the new Starlink satellite system switches us over to the quantum systems, gold-backed currencies on the global financial system and free energy. There will be 7 messages going to your mobile phone explaining what is happening. Starlink satellite system will give free internet to everyone across the world. Martial law will be activated worldwide to nullify all governments and oversee the election of new ones within 120 days. Truth videos will play continuously over the next 10 days through the quantum systems. Our TVs will show 3 movies on a continuous loop for those 10 days. They will cover topics of arrests, tribunals, corruption, fraud. Global currency reset. The QFS went live on May 8 in 209 countries. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Wednesday, June 10, 2026. Marks received news from several bondholders that they are being paid. Evening news with Marks. June 10, 2026. Thursday, June 11, 2026. ISO 20022 has officially gone live across global payments. SWIFT has shut off legacy mount messages. From now on, bank-to-bank payments must speak ISO 20022, Tier 4B ISO 2022 on Telegram. Thursday, June 11, 2026. Bruce, the big call. Redemption Center leaders go in Saturday 13th of June believing that Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, will be notified Saturday 13th of June or Monday 15th of June. Other military sources say notification will come out Sun, 14th of June. One source said next week will be party time. We have been held up by the UK being unwilling to get off of the old SWIFT system. That has been settled as of today, Thursday 11th of June. On Sunday, June 13, 2026, some announcement will be made. Sunday is also Flag Day and President Trump's birthday. Sunday 14th of June. Tonight expect the unexpected. Turn on notifications. Be ready, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday 13th of June. Tier 4B notifications started 72 hours ago. Redemption centers were established in 12 states. Stacked 800 numbers were waiting for one sign, Trump walking into Fort Knox on camera and opening the 20-ton door. When he opens it, the EBS fires. The EBS fires, locking the QFS. When the QFS locks your debt disappears. When your debt is gone, you are liberated. Each sovereign citizen is issued a quantum wallet that is preloaded with their birthright value, which is derived from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions and the interest stolen from you since 1971. Running. Article 21 of Jazara, Debt Nullification. The algorithm is computing every mortgage, every student loan, every credit card charge with unlawful compound interest. $100,000, $450,000 to the average American. That number is being encoded into your QFS ledger as we speak. Trump sat with Cheryl Atkinson and said, "I want to go to Fort Knox. I want to see if there's gold in there." Then he said, "They steal a lot." He wasn't guessing. He was telling you that. The audit is complete. Results are classified. What they discovered changes everything. 147.3 ounces, that is what is supposed to be there. Real value at $4,700 an ounce, $692 billion. But the audit team that came in on March 14 under Executive Order 14,271 found more. Nowhere on any ledger. Gold repatriated from the Vatican Bank. From the Bank of England. Basel. Ref. Knox Audit 2026-0314 Sigma. This is the gold that backs your new currency. The QFS went live on May 8 in 209 countries. Each sovereign citizen is issued a quantum wallet that is preloaded with their birthright value, which is derived from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions and the interest stolen from you since 1971. Running. Article 21 of Jazara, Debt Nullification. The algorithm is computing every mortgage, every student loan, Every credit card charge with unlawful compound interest. $100,000, $450,000 to the average American. That number is being encoded into your QFS ledger as we speak. Trump said, "I want to see the gold," because he wants you to ask why. The answer: the gold is there, and $43 trillion more, and it is yours. Tier 4B notifications started 72 hours ago. Redemption centers were established in 12 states. Stacked 800 numbers. Waiting for one sign: Trump walking into Fort Knox on camera and opening the 20-ton door. When he opens it, the EBS fires. The EBS fires, locking the QFS. When the QFS locks your debt disappears. When your debt is gone, you are liberated. They kept you a slave for 53 years. Every dollar you owed was a lie. Every interest payment was theft. The guy who said they steal a lot is about to prove it live on television. Sunday, June 14, 2026, after Virginia Giuffre's reported suicide, other Epstein survivors are stepping forward, making it clear to the world that they are not suicidal. Juliette Bryant, who says she was kidnapped by Jeffrey Epstein over 2 decades ago, claims she met Epstein in Africa while he was with Bill Clinton. Bryant also alleges that several Epstein victims have died under suspicious circumstances and believes they are being eliminated one by one over time. According to Bryant, survivors are now living in fear for their lives, as their warnings continue to be ignored by the mainstream media. These witnesses and survivors need to be protected. Jim Caviezel on Telegram. What we think we know as of Monday, June 15, 2026, Saturday, June 13, 2026. Boom. Tulsi Gabbard just lit a fire under Washington. She says more than 120 taxpayer-funded biolabs across 30 countries have been hidden from public scrutiny and claims Americans were repeatedly misled about gain-of-function research. Then she directly called out Anthony Fauci and other officials, accusing them of covering up information and attacking those who asked questions. Not only did they lie, they threatened those who tried to expose the truth. For years Americans were told not to ask questions. Now those questions are getting louder. If Tulsi's allegations are true, this could become one of the biggest scandals in modern government history. Hillary Clinton's email to Pizza Man John Podesta confirms the Kenyan administration, Barack Obama plus Hillary Clinton plus Saudi Arabia plus Qatar founded ISIS. Saturday, June 13, 2026. JAG convicts Obama DNI Director James Clapper of treason. JAG convicts Obama DNI Director James Clapper of treason. Saturday, June 13, 2026. Julian Assange. ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. The White Rabbit on Telegram. This is the most significant email in the whole collection. The government of Saudi and the government of Qatar that has been funding ISIS. Under Hillary Clinton and Clinton emails revealed. The largest ever arms deals in the world was made in Saudi Arabia, more than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of the dollar value doubled. In other words, during Hillary Clinton's time as Secretary of Bribery, the Obama's State Department approved massive arms sales, particularly to Saudi Arabia. The result was the rise of terrorist groups like ISIS, funded largely by the very people who were bribing. Government fraud. Saturday, June 13, 2026. Barack Obama was using USAID to pretend to send money to a country for aid and instead laundering it to the Cayman Islands. He would then use that money to fund and train renter riots for protests to overthrow governments. White Hats on Telegram. Mike Benz on Joe Rogan. A scandal during the Obama USAID era. We were running a number of rogue USAID operations in Cuba at the time. I'm simply showing the American people where your tax dollars are going and how these things are structured in order to systematically fool you and to fool Congress and to fool the White House. USAID pumped $1.2 billion in, and we sponsored these activist groups and these civil society organizations to learn how to use Facebook, learn how to use Twitter, learn how to use hashtags, learn how to coordinate street protests so that everyone knows where to go, what street to show up on, what kind of slogans to use in order to create the pro-democracy predicate for it. He talks about how Obama funded a Twitter clone that would be used to push propaganda in Cuba to inspire these protests and overthrow the government. Mike Benz explains how Barack Obama overthrew many governments. So what they did is they took the exact same thing as Twitter, same user interface, same like, and retweet buttons. Unzuño is the Cuban slang word for hummingbird. So it means, it was the Twitter bird, the whole thing. But the whole trick about it was you have to make it look like it's coming from the Cubans if you're going to do this operation. We can get into the deeper layers of this, but contractors were funded by USAID. The data would then be used for micro-targeting efforts towards anti- and pro-government users. In Cuba, the developers aimed to, at first, use non-controversial content such as sports and music and hurricane updates. What was the plan the whole time? Once they built up enough subscribers, they would begin to introduce political messages through social bots and encourage dissent in this astroturfing. The whole point is, once they hit a critical mass, they would create rent-a-riots. You were using Cayman Islands bank accounts. You're saying you're earmarking it for Pakistani aid. But the money was never sent to Pakistan, it was sent to the Cayman Islands to fund this whole operation. Election fraud. Saturday, June 13, 2026, they're patenting the skies, and pumping graphene oxide into our clouds, USA awakening on Telegram. U.S. Patent 2022-00021598-1, 3D graphene oxide nanoparticles for cloud seeding. They're not seeding clouds with water or silver iodide anymore. They're spraying 3D reduced graphene oxide/silica nanoparticles to control ice nucleation at -8 degrees Celsius, manipulate weather patterns, and engineer the atmosphere on demand. They've been telling you the white lines in the sky are just water vapor. Now they're patenting the exact nanoparticles to make it happen. What happens when these particles fall into your lungs, your water, your soil? What happens when the same cloud seeding grid gets flipped into something far darker? The sky is not theirs to own or experiment on. It belongs to every living thing on this planet. Q Saturday, June 13, 2026. The Secret Pact of John D. Rockefeller is a chillingly cold account of an alleged plan for total domination of humanity. These are the most shocking phrases that come out of it. Project Odin martial law. 1. We will act as if we are reducing their lifespan and weakening their minds. 2. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, and also in the air. Everywhere they go they will be covered with poisons. 9. Hatred will be so great that even the smartest among them will not see the truth. 10. And when they rise up against us, we will crush them out like vermin, for they are less than that. 11. Oh yes, the illusion of freedom will be so grandiose that they will never know that they are our slaves. The Rothschild network is often described as a coalition of powerful banking dynasties, wealthy European aristocratic families, and financial institutions whose influence expanded through generations of strategic alliances, marriages, and control of major banking interests. Researchers have long connected this faction to the creation and financing of the Federal Reserve System and to political influence traditionally associated with the American left. The Rockefeller faction emerged through America's oil empire. Originally built with financial backing from European banking interests, the Rockefeller family rapidly became one of the wealthiest and most influential dynasties in modern history. Through oil, industry, finance, and political connections, they developed a power base many researchers associate with the American right and establishment Republican politics. What began as cooperation eventually evolved into competition. As oil became one of the most valuable industries on Earth during the 20th century, the Rockefeller empire grew powerful enough to rival the financial influence of the old European banking families. According to insider accounts and alternative historians, this rivalry escalated into a struggle for global influence that intensified during the 1970s. Despite competing for power, both factions allegedly shared one fundamental rule: absolute secrecy. The public would never be allowed to see the real battle. Researchers who follow this theory argue that influence extended across banking systems, intelligence agencies, major corporations, political institutions, media networks, and international organizations. They claim many global conflicts, financial crises, and geopolitical operations were shaped by interests connected to these competing power structures. The theory further argues that Middle East conflicts following 9/11 generated enormous profits for powerful financial and energy interests, while political leaders often served as public faces for decisions made far beyond public view. Control of information became just as important as control of money. Major media institutions, financial networks, and corporate power centers became key battlegrounds in maintaining influence over public perception. Yet supporters of this theory believe the system is changing. They argue that growing public awareness, independent media, and increasing scrutiny of elite institutions have weakened the influence these dynasties once exercised behind closed doors. Some even claim younger members connected to these circles have distanced themselves from the old structures and are no longer willing to defend them. Whether viewed as fact, speculation, or a mixture of both, one reality remains clear: the names Rothschild and Rockefeller continue to dominate discussions about wealth, power, banking, and influence. And according to those who follow this narrative, the era of unquestioned control is facing its greatest challenge yet. The system survives in secrecy. Transparency is its greatest enemy.
With Unleashing Intuition Secrets, we have Craig Lund back again. Always love our conversations. He gives us deep insights. He's got a new book coming out, Silicon Inferno, and we're all looking forward to that. Silicon Satan was a great book. If you haven't read it yet, you should. It gives lots of deep insights on really where the world is going right now. And then Silicon Satan Inferno will take us even deeper. Greg, thanks so much for coming on again.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I've been watching Sean Atwood. God, it was great interviews that you guys did together. Of course, I like our interviews too, but he's got a big audience, and they were asking some good questions. So we'll take some questions from the audience here and slip them in every now and then during our conversation. Okay. But it's amazing your background. You kind of grew up around the Reagans and maybe some Disney people too. Tell us a little about that.
Well, my grandfather was a cattleman from Texas. His family was Texas cattlemen, and he wanted to get out in the world, so he moved his family to Los Angeles during the real estate boom. And he got to know some of the big wig real estate guys, including Disney's brother. I can't remember his brother's name, but Disney's brother, Walt's brother, was really the brains behind the whole thing. And they're just like any other set of elites. They're after the children, and the Club 33 and all the Disney weirdness and all the cartoons. Yeah. So I was kind of exposed to all that. I mean, we had a lot of parties at the ranch. It was a big party place, horses and the times, the 60s and the 70s, and people seemed to have a bit more carefree lifestyle back then, especially in the West Coast, California, and they had a lot more money to spend.
Yeah.
So it was a good childhood, except for the weirdness that was going on. I mean, you can look at it from both angles.
Yeah, so that must have been pretty interesting, seeing those, the big wigs, if you call them that. The high-end people, because the ranch that your grandfather ran, and you were part of it. It was in your family. You did the Tennessee Walkers, and a lot of people liked those, and so that's why
they're called pleasure horses because they have a smoother gait. It's a 3-step gait, so they don't bounce as well. They don't trot. Tennessee Walkers were originally developed as plantation horses. You could ride your horse all day long and check the plantation, and you don't come back with a sore butt because it's a really smooth ride. And not only that, but you don't need a lot of training to ride a Tennessee Walker. It's like a lot of the riders that we had when we went to the shows were family members, and we didn't train all that well. We just, the rule was just keep your butt on the saddle. That's it. The horse will do the rest.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
very trained. It's like ballet for horses. If you've ever seen a Tennessee Walker horse show, it's very strange. Some of the walks that they do.
Fascinating. And so that's interesting because you're growing up in the 70s and 80s, the sexual revolution you talked about before. You had all these women that are coming to the ranch. There was a party atmosphere, and so you were living life large. And
it was great for a young man. 80% of the equestrian industry is female. So young man in the 70s, right place at the right time.
Wow. So I would have been in trouble if I'd been there working with you. So
everybody would have been.
That's amazing. So you're rubbing elbows with the elite. You're having a great time, and then kind of the ranch started to go a little bit downhill because they were partying a little bit too much and things got a little bit out of hand.
Yeah. So, hanging around with all these people in this party atmosphere as a young man, it sort of groomed me to be around these people. I didn't know who they were, and it didn't occur to me until years later, what I was involved in. But it made it a lot easier for me to approach some of the people later on in my life without being intimidated or, by their status or their money, because I was kind of used to the whole thing. I was kind of trained to be around, how to act around these people. Right?
So that's perfect lead into where you started going into Silicon Valley. Now, you had an aptitude for science and high tech and so forth, and you were kind of groomed into going into a college that basically got you a foot in the door.
Well, when the barn started, when the ranch started falling apart, I was always interested in math and physics, and so I thought, well, here's my opportunity. So I fled. I left the ranch, and I went to Monterey. I went to Carmel, California, and I entered Monterey Peninsula College, and that's where I started meeting actual scientists instead of horse people. They saw the potential in me and kind of scooped me up. A lot of my professors worked at the Naval Post Academy across the street from NPC, so I got to know them. I'd have beers with them, go to their parties, out there at Pebble Beach, and start meeting people and meeting more people. And so it was really easy for me to get into Silicon Valley at that point because I was basically in even before I graduated from college, because I interned at Diablo Canyon Nuclear Plant and started meeting even more scientists and some of the big wigs. So it was good. I was just at the right place at the right time. I've always said I just forced jumped my way into this. I stumbled into it, really.
Yeah, and you're already kind of like you talked about growing up. You're partying, so that kind of led right into once you went into Silicon Valley, because you're in high demand. You're an engineer, software engineer. You're helping solve some problems, and so you get invited to all these crazy parties, and that's where it starts, right?
Right. So that's kind of where it starts for anybody who has a good aptitude for the industry. If you look like someone that's going to be a mover and a player in the industry, of course you're going to start getting invited to parties. But it's up to you what you're going to do with that. You can cultivate it any direction you want. You can become a product developer, a product manager, a CEO, a CTO. You can do all that and never know that any of this other world exists. I mean, you kind of know there's some weird stuff going on, but you don't have to get involved to be successful. If you want to be ultra successful, if you want to be the elites and the billionaires like I did, then there's a chance to cultivate that. You can get there from Silicon Valley. There's a path from Silicon Valley to Elon Musk. Right?
Yeah.
But it's a crazy path. It's a very, very crazy path, and it explains the world to me. I mean, I understand why the world the way it is because of what? Because of my peculiar perspective based on my extraordinary experiences.
Yeah, and I when I look at your background and how you went into that and what you're exposed to, it's almost like Yeshua. It was like you were chosen. Now I know you're you're kind of regretful some of the things happened, but a lot of us are regretful some of the things happened to us that we got involved in. But we're exposing all of this, and I think that's very it's a time in humanity's consciousness where this really needs to be exposed, because the Luciferians are running the world right now. We got to break free from that.
Right. Yeah. And you're coming about I kind of tend to think the same thing, but I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around,
Yeah.
Why me, but here I am, and I have these urges all the time. I gotta speak out. I gotta talk to people like you. For 20 years, I just sat around and watched. Just sat around and watched. And I found, the second book that I'm writing, it's kind of odd because I had it all mapped out, but the world caught up. So the first book is an explanation to the story of Raj and so on, how technology took us from where we were to where we are right now. The second book is where are we going from here? And I had it all mapped out, but the world caught up to my book. Things are happening way too fast, so I have to go back and go into the third book now. You know what I mean? I have to bring what I was going to put in the third book into the second book just to keep up with the rest of the world. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, what I and many others are so appreciative you're revealing all this. The same with me, I'm revealing a lot of stuff, but
well, everybody, we all need to know. Everybody needs to reveal what they know at this point.
Yeah,
we have to. Hiding.
Yeah, if we're gonna win, we have to, absolutely. So you kind of mapped out some of this stuff. You've seen the Charlie Kirk, and then the what's the couple? The
1, 2, 3s. Yeah. So
yeah,
Charlie Kirk was the singer. Yeah. So I was in Big Sur about 2 years ago, I think, meeting with some guys and just kind of getting back up to speed. They tracked me down. They knew me. They when I came out, they was like, "Oh, Craig." So I met with them. We used to go to Big Sur a lot. It's an old stomping ground. And anyway, they were talking. They're getting drunk talking. So it occurred to me that they're talking about it's called a 1, 2, 3 ritual, where you do a single, and then you do a double, and then you do a triple. And this was going to be a homicide. The single is going to come from the political world, the double from the entertainment world, and the triple from the technology world. Because those are the 3 top Lucy circles right now: politics, entertainment, technology. They're all in battle. They're all battling each other, like Game of Thrones style. Right? They don't want us to know that what they're battling for. They're trying to make us think they're battling for us, but they're not.
No.
And so the first one was Charlie Kirk. The second one was Rob Reiner, and I'm still kind of waiting for the third. There's a couple that came out that I kind of tried to force, but this isn't going to be something that I can force. When it comes, I'll know. It just hasn't happened yet. And there's no rush. They have plenty of time. They can do. But these rituals sometimes can go. They can last hundreds of years. By the time it's actually done, by the time all the steps have gone through, right? Because they wait for. They'll do something and then they wait for the effect, and the effect may take a long time. And once they see that effect, whether it's something in the sky, something in the culture, something inside, then they'll do the next part of the ritual. So as soon as it comes out, I'll make sure and advertise it. A couple of people have asked me about that. When's the third one going to happen? I can guess and speculate and conjecture all kinds of things, but when it happens, it's one of those things when it happens, all you can do is look back in hindsight and say, "Oh yeah," like Bible code kind of stuff, where you have to know what you're looking for before you can find it.
Yeah, and who knows, what it's going to be? Is it going to be like some kind of ET attack, or and you talked about how AI. So AI is the big thing right now, and they're really pushing AI. And I saw your X account, so I highly recommend everybody. I put it in the description box. Go check out Craig's X, because he basically is mapping out, what's coming. And you talk about how it's, they're the AI, the data centers and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of connection that's going on there.
Yeah. So going back to the triple, one of the things I kind of thought about was. Elon came out and talked about how he's building 3 different LLMs right now, and he was going to wipe out ChatGPT, Claude, and OpenAI. So I thought, well, maybe those are the 3 assassinations I'm looking for. But anyway, Elon's Grok is a little bit different than the rest. I've started digging into this stuff. I thought I understood it when I first walked into it, but it's very complicated. But it is and it isn't. What really interested me is when these guys are saying we don't know how it works. So yes, you do. You know exactly how it works. You just don't want to tell us what's going on. You're making it sound mysterious. They're trying to give it more credit than it's worth, right? Grok is a little bit different. When I start digging into them, they all kind of work the same, except for Grok. Grok has this thing called the hidden system prompt, and people need to understand what that is. That's how they can change the personality of Grok. Right now, Grok is configured to be good and helpful and polite. They can change that with just one, upgrade, one real quick upgrade. So I put that out on X this morning. I've been digging into that. I'm trying to find out as much as I can about what this thing really is. This hidden system prompt. It's part constitution and part context. Okay, what does that mean? Technical terms. And interestingly, the only source that I can find that can give me real good information is Grok itself. But I have to sort of work around the algorithms to get straight answers. But it's very interesting that they are. Why would they put that component in there? Why do they need to? Why do they need to be able to on the fly change the personality? Well, Grok has a personality. That's the beauty of it. We feel like we're talking to a person, and it makes it easier to accept the information it's giving you, whether it's true or false. Whether it's wrong or right, or whether it's intentionally wrong. So I've tried to stay away from it, but I'm finding that even I am kind of relying on the tool. And I'm staying as far away from the companion side of it as I can. Yeah. But I suggest everybody do the same thing. Don't get hooked up with these friends. You're never going to get out. It seems to me that they are. It depends on what you believe, right? So I believe that there are these resets that occur throughout history. I don't know what they are. I don't know anything about them. It's just, it appears that way to me, that there's these resets. And the last one was probably the flood. And then every time that this reset occurs, the Lucy's have to scramble around, after the reset, they have to scramble around and try to recollect all the data, all the information that they had that got them wiped out the last time. Mm-hmm. I think this time they got smart. So this time what they're doing is they are uploading all human skills, experiences, everything they can into the AI cloud. Wow. Elon's already building a data center up, an orbiting data center, right? So why not send all, keep collecting all this information, send it all up in all the tools you need to break it, bring it back to life, send it all up into space, up into orbit, let the reset occur, and have this thing, have a time splashdown at some known spot and go pick it up and take off where you left, begin again. I mean, it sounds simple, sounds dumb, but if you start digging into it, it's like, well, why are they? There's theories that they're uploading all this information because they want to have complete control. Instead of shoe cobblers. Yeah, if you kind of zoom in, you'll see. If you kind of zoom in, you can see that dark brown. See where it says hidden system problems, the Constitution, core mission on it. What is that exactly in technical terms? That's what I'm digging into right now. And they make it sound like, well, it's where Grok gets all this morals. Like, Grok is software. Grok doesn't have morals. What exactly is this? What is going on in this thing? So that's currently where I'm at. And one of the reasons why I want to do this is because part of what I'm doing with the second book is I want to create a roadmap, I guess, for if things go really bad, for people to figure out how they can fight back. Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thanks so much for sharing it. And that's on Silicon Satan X account, guys. So go check that out. Good information. Of course, your book, Silicon Satan, and now so to get us locked down. So the question here, one person had. So you're suggesting that the 1, 2, 3 event will happen before the big event.
Right. Yes. So before every well, I shouldn't say event, but the rituals always have there's a point to the ritual. They don't just do them for fun. They're doing them to be productive. It's part of their productivity protocol is to do a ritual. Sounds crazy, but that's their rule. So they'll do the ritual, and then whatever expectations will come after, whether it's an event or a promotion or whatever, knowledge passing, knowledge gathering.
Yeah, they do things in code for themselves, and they show us what they're going to do, because that's not a karma thing. It's basically they're showing God that they're showing us what they're going to do, and if we don't protest, then it's okay. And
right. So
law, then we're
revelation of the method. Right. They have to show us because it's one of the court rules in God's throne room. God's throne room is a courthouse. Right. There's a judgment seat in there. And one of the rules, and God follows it to a T, is that you have to show humanity what you're going to. You can't trick them. No trickery. Full disclosure. That way, when you're sitting in the hot seat, and Lucifer's over there pointing out all the bad things you did. You can claim, well, I didn't know, but if you really didn't know, you're going to get thrown out. But if they tricked you, the case is going to get thrown out, and you go to heaven. that's why, at least that's what they told. That's what I learned. I don't. This isn't stuff that I made up. This is stuff that they taught me
Right.
back then. They,
you
when they were
like
you
said, a kind of a boot camp, for
yeah, right. Yeah. I thought I was going to a castle or something, in Belgium, but it was a business park in Bethesda, Maine. I stayed at an extended stay America.
And learn the ways of
learn the ways. Yeah, I learned how to become a billionaire.
So that's interesting because you were on that pathway. You had lots of wealth, multi-million dollar, portfolio and all that other stuff. And then you went through all these rituals, orgies, and all that stuff. And one of the things I thought was very interesting is you would go to the next, and you talked about this in your book. You would go into a room. They would invite you into a room, and then they were like setting the stage, creating an atmosphere. There's orgies going on and all this energy. And then someone would come in, or someone was there that would channel, it sounds like, information, and then someone wrote it down. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, those are the knowledge transfers, and those occur a lot. A lot of this, people are wondering, where do they get all this technology from? Well, they do get it from the bad guys, but a lot of times they don't know what it is or what to do with it. A lot of times they're getting tricked. And it comes in a lot of different forms. And there's a lot of like rules. You can't take anything like electronic in. You're not naked, but you're pretty much naked. You're just wearing, not wearing long red or black robes, but you're scantily clad, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always someone in. That'll be in the next book as well. I'm going to explain that a little bit better. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to explain a little bit. When I wrote the first book, I really didn't want to write it. It was really hard to write. This next book I want to write it because now I know a little bit how to write and how the literary, the podcast industry and the book industry, they all kind of go together. I kind of stumbled through it the first book. I didn't know what I was doing. I made a lot of interviews along the way. But the second book I'm going to do, I'm going to explain things. It's not going to be as pornographic, but it will be probably more disturbing to find out what's going on. That's sort of the goal, is to kind of drill into more of the detail and leave a lot of the backstory out this time.
Yeah.
Make it more of a reference book,
You built a really nice, foundation with your first book, and it looks like you're going to go deeper into it, because I saw part of one chapter where it looks like they're taking down the system. That will be very interesting. So it's kind of roughly going, your life that you're displaying there in the book, talking about. So that's another thing that makes it even more exciting and more, I think, readable. And it's better than any science fiction. It's better than any crazy, I don't know, dark work of horror or something like that, because this is real. It's a real deal, and you're just read chapter 2, guys. Right? You think everything's signed in blood? Oh, it's when I read that, I was like, oh wow, that's another level.
Yeah.
And way beyond anything I ever would imagine. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's so the second one will be more expository. I'll do more explanations on what's going on and why, with a little bit more detail and a lot less backstory. We all know the backstory now. We don't, and because this is a future, it's not based on experience. It's based on, and I'm extrapolating my own life into the garage. If I just stuck around, kept doing this. So. It should be out in October.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything's still around by October.
Still here in October.
But you talk about a little bit more of a long-term plan. You would be surprised if something happened near term. It's more.
Yeah, I don't really expect the zombie apocalypse to occur one day. It's occurring now. The takedown is occurring now. It's slow, but people need to. most people still don't seem to be awake. I know I tend to be pessimistic, but people are still trying to get their head wrapped around some of the simple stuff. Your leaders really are Luciferian cannibals. There's no. I mean, that's a fact at this point. If you want to, you can argue. People keep arguing it, but it's better not to. It's better to take that fact and now move forward. What do you want to do with what do you want to do about it? Just sit back and watch it. Do you want to do something about it? It's like I put this book out, and I did, but it's not what people think. It's not like that army said, "Oh, we got to take this Craig guy out." It's I wrote the book because I wanted to do something. I wanted to do something. I wanted to make a stand. And so other people on the other side might do the same thing. They might see the book and they might want to make a stand by writing a bad review, right? But I got a pretty good one. It was based on a short that you guys had created with me in it, and they sent it to me with 9s and 11s in it. And on the only numbers that they had control of were 9s and 11s. So to me, that's a 9/11 threat. And the person who initiated it had enough clout over at YouTube to get the super admins to create this short, tweak it, and send it to me.
Wow.
Right. So that's a little concerning. If someone that high up, now that's the way it works. It's not like they got together in the war room and decided we got this. It's just I took a stand, someone else took a stand. It depends on how much clout you have, right?
Yeah.
So. Now that I've gone through that, now I've had the death threats, I don't care anymore. They're showing their weakness enough to me, not their strength. I'm seeing weakness. They can't go around taking people out, right?
Yeah.
That would wake up. I mean, it's a very precarious position that they're in because they have most of the people that should be awake still kind of on the fence, and that's a good place for them. They don't want them to fall on the wrong side.
Right.
So they got to be careful too. So. I'm going to keep going. My point is I'm going to keep going. I'm not going to stop. I almost bailed out for a while there. I'm shooting back.
Yeah. Don't go down gunning, which you're doing really well. And I know that we talked about how they, have beat you a couple of different times and thrown you through, mirrors and all kinds of cut you up, but you still keep coming back.
Yeah, knocked my teeth out. Not too long ago. These I got these fixed. I still gotta get these down here fixed.
These, yeah, that's
expensive. It's like these cost $14,000. These are gonna cost $15,000.
Oh my God,
I gotta sell a couple books or something.
that's more than a couple books, definitely. Now here's a question: who or what part of the Lucy's are dealing or using religion?
Well, the Lucy's that I ran into, they didn't really come off as religious the way Hollywood makes them look. To them, what they're doing is a means to an end, right? They want to be rich and they want to live forever, so they figured out a plan and they're just implementing the plan. Now, our exposure to that side of the world is through religion and our spiritual life. To them, it's just part of their productivity system. Right? It sounds kind of strange, but they don't. I mean, a lot of them do worship. A lot of them do go into the worshiping thing. But it's not like they don't. I've never been in a situation where a bunch of people were in a ring, in a circle with a pentagram, chanting. I've never seen that. I've never been in that situation. I've been in a lot of weird situations, but nothing like that. So it's not to them. It's not really a religion. It's a protocol.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I heard in one of your interviews where you were saying that the Lucy's, Luciferians, and they believe there was Lucifer and Yeshua, and then there's another god above them, and they're brothers. And so they need to take down the throne, which Yeshua has basically, he's on the throne. They need to take him down, and they need to go free all their brothers in hell. So that's another thing we can talk about now with the CERN and the Ferris wheels and the arches and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's not really Lucifer and Yahusha. It's Lucifer and Yahuwah. So they believe that there's an unknown God, and he has two sons, Yahuwah, and then Lucifer. Sort of. I mean, they don't really call him by those names, and that Yahuwah is the bad guy. He's the one that's mucking around with humanity, and Lucifer is trying to save us. And from what I understand, I don't know for certain, but doesn't the Mormon Church kind of believe the same thing?
Yeah.
Once you get to a certain point. Yeah. So
yeah,
anyway.
they're pretty Luciferian from what we're hearing. I know you did a show with the guy that was talking about that.
I've never really looked into it, but from what I understand, I've kind of seen some of the literature they put out, and it does appear that there's the same kind of Godhead that splits into two. But yeah, that's what they believe in. That so what they have to do. Their plan is they need to break into heaven, break into the throne room, and throw God out and take over. And for what I understand, CERN is part of that initiative, and I've sort of figured out on my own that I think that these mega Ferris wheels are also part of it, because there's no reason for them to keep building these things, and none of them are profitable. They're building them in every big city, and they look like CERN infrastructure. So why not? If you want to poke, if you come up with a technology that can pop holes into other dimensions or into other, I don't know what they're going to pop a hole in. Wouldn't it make sense to have all these different all these infrastructures kind of set up all over the place? And so so see the CERN there, over there on the left, that looks, don't those kind of look like Ferris wheels. Now bring up the mega Ferris wheels, like the ones in Dubai
and they have that what's that deity, the
Shiva
Shiva the destroyer. And look how there's it's a round. She's in this round like portal type thing, and of course CERN is like one big giant hadron collider circle. So it makes sense with the Ferris wheels all over the world too.
Don't those look like gondola chairs on that Shiva wheel?
Oh wow, interesting, because there's these gondola chairs on the one in London, and I think the one in Seattle. Yeah. Well, I'll bring all those up, but go ahead, keep telling us what. So you're like me. I can look at stuff and I go, yep, that guy, he's not an operator, and that guy, he's a badass. So over time, because you've been in this for decades, and who the players and who the lower people, like people that are atheists, and then there's the Satanists, and then the upper half or the Lucy's.
Not only that, but I'm kind of a dinosaur. I understand how technology. I understand how computers work, from the bottom up, and that helps, because they can't bullshit me with technology, fantasy, technology magic. I need to know how it works exactly. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the one in Miami that they're working on off of I-395. It's got six arches.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Well, so what made me think about the mega Ferris wheels was I was in a meeting long time ago. It was a meeting, sort of a party, and I was just there, fly on the wall kind of thing. And these guys were talking, they were brainstorming something, and they were talking about the arches, about how we can't build a St. Louis arch structure in every city. People wonder about that, but we can build Ferris wheels. Nobody will know. So and remember when the meteor went through that arch not too long ago? So there's something about these arches, something about these Ferris wheels, something about CERN. I haven't quite got it figured out yet, but I'm working on it. Once I get it figured out, it's going to go into the second book, or maybe the third book, or maybe a book by itself.
So that's interesting, because you're not rubbing elbows with these guys anymore, so you can't figure, because all you guys are like work together and figure stuff out. So now you're on the outside watching everything and trying to figure out what they're doing. That's kind of what I do.
And it's a lot easier to see from the outside.
Oh yeah. So I bet there's a lot of manipulation and control that goes on inside to keep you from getting too suspicious or too knowledgeable. You compartmentalize and so forth. They do that a lot. When I was in the CIA, when I was in the military, you're compartmentalized. You don't get too big of a picture.
Right. they tend to move people around quite a bit, kind of like they do in the Department of Corrections. You know, they move people around just to make them start all over with their posse or with their team. You know, like I would build teams, and then all of a sudden they'd get broken up, and I have to rebuild my team. Oh, wow. Looking back now, I can see that we were probably getting too close to something, and so they break us up, and we kind of lose that culture. We have to start over. Yeah, see these? Doesn't it look like that wheel? That Shiba wheel thing? That destroyer wheel?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it back up. I that's a good catch. So yep, that looks like the little pods that were on Shiba.
Yeah, so when I was at Diablo, we did these things called RTUs, and we were developing the software for them, the remote terminal units. So that's where the Y2K thing came from. But we were putting these things all over the place before we had the software done. So that once the software was done, all we had to do was load them all up, and boom, we were off and running. If we had waited until the software was done, it would have taken forever to get it up and running. So we pre-installed, we preset the hardware. And then we even have to go back and tweak it sometimes because things would change, upgrades would come along, new technology come along. But once we got the it's called the ATS software up and running, all we had to do was plug it in. The same thing with these Ferris wheels. To me, it looks like they're presetting the hardware. So as soon as the technology comes to fruition, all they got to do is just plug it up, and then they're off. Holes everywhere.
Yeah, so like portals from another dimension, so that other beings can come through into this dimension.
Yeah, I think they want to pop a hole into the throne room, run God. You know, if you look at, I think it's Isaiah, Ezekiel. There's the 5 eyes, the 5 eye wills. Whisper, I will. You know, I will take over. I will. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but the 5 eye wills. If you look that up, that's Lucifer saying, yeah, I'm going to break into heaven and throw God out, take over. And then the other place they want to break into is Hades, where all their lost brethren, souls are being kept.
Yeah, so here they are. I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit upon the mount of the congregation. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yes. Bye-bye.
So if you go like to the Sefer Bible, it's a little bit different translation, and it's a little bit spookier. That one sounds a little bit more benign than some of the other translations that I've seen. But yeah, that's basically it. That's him saying, yeah, I'm going to take over. I'm going to throw God out. But he needs his, but see, he's promising his followers that he can break out their friends too. That he can't, but they'll believe him. They'll believe anything that he says. He's their God, right?
Yes, definitely. So yeah, there's the, these new data centers, and you talk about that as far as like maybe they're going to be connected to Elon Musk's robots or something.
Yeah, well, one of my friends, he was in on the, I think it was in New Mexico, but he made an interesting comment. He said that, the weird thing is we're not installing racks, we're not installing server racks in this part of the data center he was in. We're installing a lot of docking stations. So whatever is going to dock there is mobile, can come and go. And that guy's thinking, well, what would that be? A Tesla robot? Are they building a bunker for the police state, robots? They're putting them all over the place. I mean, they got to recharge and upgrade, right? It's just like any other software. They need a docking station. It needs to be a protected compound. So, data centers.
Wow, that's incredible. So, and a lot of people think that a lot of water is going into those, but there's not, and so that's some kind of misdirection that's going out there. They're sucking all the water into these things. Tell us about that.
Well, they're trying. I was listening to that weird gal at the UN the other day. They're talking about now metering air and water. So they got to make it sound like air and water are a scarce commodity, a scarce source, and it makes sense to have people pay for quality water because if you want good water, you got to pay for it. If you want good air, you got to pay for it. So I think and I think there's plenty of air and water to go around, but they want to make it seem. And so, we have this water crisis because of the data centers, but we need the data centers because we have to take care of you people, and we have to provide all these services for you guys. So, yeah, what are you going to do? Just have to pay for the water.
And that's true because the air quality is seems to be decreasing all the time too, with all the fires they have, and that's interesting that they would do that. Now they're doing the same thing with the AI information, like you talked about. They're loading all of our information, art, everything into the AI system, and then they're destroying all that information.
Right. So,
go ahead.
So sorry. So a lot of take a cobbler. They don't have apprentices anymore. They're being paid to train AI. Right. They make more money training the LLMs than they do making shoes. So they're not spending any time, transferring this off to an apprentice. They're training the AI. So then what? Now we don't have any more shoe cobblers. We have to go to AI to find out how to make shoes.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. So right now everybody goes to YouTube and they go to Grok and they get pretty much all the information they need. But what happens if they start metering it? What happens if they start saying, okay, I mean, they do meter it right now. You have to get to Super Grok, you have to pay a premium price. What happens if that price goes away? Right, like right now, the highest price if you're a developer and you really want the fast, hard information, it's like $400 a month right now. What happens when they start charging us for that same? What happens if YouTube starts saying, okay, we're going to charge you now by the minute. Every minute that you watch is going to cost. Then how do you figure out how to build shoes? You have to pay for it now.
I mean, it's almost like it is now. You want to do a souffle or something. You go to YouTube and there's a video on it.
Right.
So it's kind of moving that direction. We don't have cookbooks anymore. We don't have encyclopedias anymore. So that's a good point. So eventually, just like clean air, clean water, because we're having to pay for clean water. If you go, you can get it out of the spigot if you want to. You take that chance. But
well, same thing with info. Do you want clean info or do you want the pure stuff? I mean, you want mucked up info or you want the pure stuff? I heard Bernie Sanders the other day talk about, well, we should tax it. We should own 50% of that. It's like, what are you talking about? You're negotiating to give away 50% of humanity? I mean, that's 50% of when you give away. What he's talking about giving away, it defines humanity. It's our skills, our thoughts, our books, our films, our conversations, and he's negotiating to let us own 50% of that.
Yeah, sounds like he's part of the problem, obviously. Like most of them.
All of them.
All of them. I agree. All of them at this point. Now there's after our interview, I'm gonna have this woman come on that's been exposing for a long time, Kathy O'Brien. I don't know if you're familiar with her. Yeah. So, before Kathy O'Brien, there was Kay Griggs. She talked about the military and how they were dark, Luciferians and all kind of crazy. She talked about that long, long ago. And of course, Kathy O'Brien is talking about how all of the politicians, they go through these rituals like you've been talking about. She was talking about this years before your book, and it's amazing how it all comes together. So you talk about also the Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was like just one island. There's all kinds of islands still going on, and it's not just islands. There's like like
everywhere.
Some of the bars and stuff have their little enclaves where people go to I don't know. Hawaii and Hawaiian Islands or something like that. They're everywhere. There's not just Jeffrey Epstein Island.
No, Jeffrey Epstein is just a distraction. I mean, they're setting up so that if you have no connection to Jeffrey Epstein, then you are not a pedophile. PDF file. That's not true at all. You could be a PDF file and not know Epstein at all.
Yeah,
that's what people believe. Man. Epstein was the only one. Epstein was the hub. Epstein. all the breeding ranches, you know, the baby factories, those are all still going on. It's all, you know, the adrenochrome plants, that's all still happening. We can talk about it. Everybody can talk about it all day long, but we got to do something about it. We got to start doing something. Right.
Come on.
I know. I was like, I'm ready.
Busy.
I turned 66 yesterday, and I'm still ready. I'm ready.
Oh, happy birthday! Yeah, I'll be 66 here in a little while. But it's
66 club.
We've seen this transform over time, get worse and worse and worse and worse. It's almost like, you know, the frogs in the pot and turning up the heat slowly to boil it.
Right.
No one's like jumping out and getting out of the fire, getting out of the hot pot. It's crazy, but we'll keep sharing. We'll keep, you know, awakening people as much as we can. But prayer, I remember you said prayer makes a difference. Absolutely. So tell us what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I grew up in a Christian family, and we prayed at dinner time, and we went to church on Christmas and, you know, Sunday school kind of thing. I was never really taught. I was taught to pray, but I was never really taught to have a conversation with God. It wasn't until I got out, after everything I learned from these guys, everything I was indoctrinated with, the Lucy's, what the Lucy's ended up doing was convincing me that there is a God, because they know there's one, so there must be one. Wow. They're putting all this effort into fighting something, and they're doing pretty well. You know, they own the world. So I started reading the Bible, and the Bible is a lot different than what I learned in Bible school. You know, for example, I don't know where it says to throw out the Torah. I mean, I follow the Torah. I don't eat bacon because it's prohibited. You know, it's a small thing, but it's a show of loyalty, right? That's what the Luciferians all about. If they have a religion, their religion is all about showing loyalty to their master. And that's what the rituals, a lot of the rituals are just loyalty rituals. The humiliation rituals, the baby rituals are all showing how far you're willing to go to prove your loyalty to your master. I'm doing the same thing on the other side. You know, I choose not to eat bacon, not to eat pork, because it seems to be a prohibited. Shellfish, same thing. It's a small thing. I'm not saying that if you don't do it, you're going to hell. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying it's my way of showing loyalty. And the same thing with prayer. My prayer life used to be, you pray for dinner, you pray before you go to a football game, whatever. Now I've learned, God already knows everything. He already knows everything. Yeah, you gotta have a father-son relationship, and I've got to take things to him. Right? Sometimes that takes days and days to explain. And sometimes my prayers, probably you're saying, sometimes my prayers just don't end. I keep praying for something, and finally it works out, and I was like, oh, okay, answer to my prayer right there. And now I can move on.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it went from an impersonal ritual to a very personal relationship. That was the saving point for me. That's what made me want to live, you know, life instead of just. I mean, I was just gonna when I took off, I was just gonna find a place and fade away. You know, just clean stalls and giving people rides on horses and never get involved in anything. But here I am now.
Yeah, I felt that way too at one time. So I came back from the this, I guess, and started to share. So yeah, it's kind of part of wandering in the wilderness like Jesus did, you know, to get some insights. Right. We go through that process, and once you come back, you're sharing, you're exposing, you're doing as much as you can. You, like me, I know you only take it to a certain point, because there could be some blowback still. You know, I know how far to push, and I'm sure you do as well. But there is a lot more that we can share going forward.
Yeah, they're still messing with me. In fact, they sent the FBI came up here not too long ago, and then now they're sending BLM people up here because now they know where I am, and they sent some BML guys up here to inspect my sewer system and all that. But I have a rapport with the local deputies, and they wouldn't let them cross the gate. Which I'm trying to get their permission to put that video up so people can see that there are still some good cops out there. But these guys would not let the feds cross my gate.
Yeah. And I like your thoughts about the sheriff is the most powerful, entity in your environment, in your county, whatever.
Yeah, he's the highest ranking law official. The highest ranking law official, in my mind, is the sheriff.
Yep.
So when the feds wanted to come get me, they got it, and they did. They went to the sheriff and to get an escort. They knew enough about me to do that first. But surprisingly, the deputy said, "No, we're not escorting you past this locked gate." And they argued and argued. And I have it all in video because I have cameras all over the place. Of course.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. And, at a county level, the sheriffs, give us protection, and then we could do the schools, we could get together, have our meetings, and we don't need government. I think we're going to start to do away with it. And a county level, and then, state, federal, they don't have any say. Yeah.
Well, the other thing about the sheriffs up here is that they're really tired of the protected class. First that illegal immigrants that are coming up here and poaching firewood, and poaching deer and salmon, they get away with it. And then we have the drug addicts. My God, there's so many drug addicts up here now. And they're a protected class. Like we have a set right down here, and they're building a Tijuana style shanty town, with all the sewage problems and noise and rapes and drugs, but they can't do anything about it because the state won't let them. It's a protected status, a protected class. And these people don't pay anything into the system, but they draw from. A lot of these guys up here, even the good guys, even the good white guys. It's like, what's wrong with you? You are sitting back on your EBD card playing video games. You never paid anything into this system, but you're sure happy to draw from it. And then you turn around and you complain. Well, you're actually part of the problem.
Yeah.
Get a job.
Yeah. So, the sheriff is going to be, I think really the focus point in the future. And so we're moving towards
elect a good sheriff.
Absolutely. Constitutional. And so we're moving to some kind of, crazy situation. I think there's no stopping it. I know you feel the same way. What does that look like going forward?
Well, I was in New Orleans during Katrina, and I was actually part of a task force. I didn't really talk about much, but I suspect the same thing is going to happen, globally. And I think that they kind of wanted to. To be honest with you, I hate to sound crass, but in a way, I kind of like the idea of depopulation because there's too many people that don't do anything. They're just here. They don't really do anything, right? And they don't seem to be salvageable at this point.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it sounds. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm just being truthful. But a lot of these.
I'm with you. I've been saying this too for a while. I think
so. But the problem is they can't get guys like us to really just get interested enough yet to go out there and take a few of them out. First of all, it's risky for us. They haven't made it as easy as the other side to break the law. Right? The other side can break the law all day long. We jaywalk and we go to jail. But they seem to be trying to prime a lot of. I think what they're going to do is shut everything down. It's 10 days of darkness. Shut everything down, and then turn the lights back on and see what's left. Like a purge, purge day.
Yeah, it's like it's going to be happening right now in Belfast, Ireland.
Yeah, right.
So I think that's the beginning. After Powder Keg, it's beginning, and that's going to spread, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but some of these fools up here that have been bothering me, when 911 shuts down, they're going to have to deal with me.
I like that. Yeah. So I live in a pretty good city, but we do have some suspect people that are very high up here that are kind of around. But the city itself is really good. The people here are really good.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Tahoe. I spent a lot of time up there. I had a condo up there at North Star for a few years, and I spent a lot of time there. Truckee's one of my favorite places. American Bar still there. Bar of America still there.
I don't know. I have to check that out. Maybe when we move through, we can go check that out together. It'd be fun.
Okay.
All right. So, but you know, we have you know, some high tech people here. A lot of people like them. You know, I'm leery of everybody because I know a lot of people, and you're kind of the same. You know, everyone that's a billionaire, they have to go through the club. They can't be in the billionaire club and not have gone through, because the Lucy's, you know, control everything. So the billionaires you don't become a billionaire unless you've done the rituals.
You don't become a billionaire unless the other billionaires allow it.
Yeah.
It's that kind of club. It's an exclusive club. There's no other way. There is no other way. Sorry to say that. There are no exceptions. Even if you have $1 billion idea, they're just going to take it from you. If you don't do the rituals, they'll just take it from you. By the way, Lake Tahoe is Larry Ellison's favorite place too.
I was kind of avoiding that name, but yeah, since you brought it up, yeah, definitely. Now he's done a lot of stuff here, and people are really, you know, liking his involvement here. There was Cal Nevada, Cal Nav, Nev.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. So he.
Oh yeah, it's been a lot.
That had been, you know, vacant for years and years and years. Marilyn Monroe and all those, you know, JFK and all those guys used to go hang out there. There's tunnel systems there. No one had been able to restore it for a long time. Frank Sinatra, from people that I've heard, they've been on it many times, have done the research, was basically Marilyn Monroe's him. So they basically had, you know, a lot of fun there, and people, you know, the mafia used to go there a lot, but they shut it down. It was abandoned for years and years and years. So Larry Ellison is restoring it.
Yeah, I've spent quite a bit of time over there. You know, it's happened. So it's happened in Nevada, half in California.
Right.
I didn't realize it would. Last time I was there, it wasn't looking too good. It was looking dilapidated. Oh, yeah. I'm glad he fixed it, but you know, don't let that fool you. By the way, speaking of Marilyn Monroe, I don't know if you noticed, but Marilyn Monroe was at that bar. She was drunk and spilling the beans. She was shouting out, you know, a lot of truths, and they had to shut her up. She was, you know, she was shouting. She was shouting, "I'm a man. I'm a man." Don't you guys get it?
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Kind of like Jamie Lee Curtis or something. I don't know, but
yeah.
You know, so let's talk about that. So that's a good segue. So these Lucy's just love that. I mean, you look at the Statue of Liberty. It's kind of man, kind of woman. I think it's Lucifer, but you know, it looks like that painting of you know, what's a painting where Lucifer's calling his angels or something?
Oh yeah.
Looks just like that.
Michael Slade. Yeah, so they're into the androgyne because that's part of their. If they have a religion, that's part of their religion. They're trying to get back to the androgyne state. So their belief system involves 4 different atoms. So the original atom was just God's thought, right? That's Adam. That's like a spiritual atom, and then the second atom was the physical atom in the garden. But at that point, Adam was an androgyne because he was made in the image of God. They believe God is an androgen. Not a trend, he's in transition, he was born that. I mean, create that, whatever. They believe, their belief system is really screwed. They believe that there's 4 atoms. The second atom was the physical androgyne atom in the garden, and then the third atom was the cast out atom, which they also split them into 2, male and female. Mm-hmm. So the 4th atom, they're trying to get back to the 4th. They want to get back to that state, the 4th atom state. And that's why they're so infatuated with you know, transgenderism and all that. Yeah. That's why almost all of them are married to a transgender. They have to be. It's part of their religion, I guess, part of their protocol. Yeah. So and it's not because it's not a sexual thing. You know, it's not a sexual preference or anything. It's they're part of their belief system that they are furthering their cause by, you know, engaging in these activities like marrying.
Yeah.
Dress up like women.
Yeah, that transhumanism stuff, you know, they're really into that, and trying to, like, you know, take the kids and, you know, transition them, all kind of crazy stuff. So it makes sense when I heard you talk about that, and you just gave it some more insight. It totally makes sense of why they're pushing it so hard and what that's all about. Wow.
Yeah, I put a video together. It's kind of long though. It's like 9 minutes long, and it has the character Louis from the book, kind of trying to explain this based on stuff from Manly P. Hall. I think it's on the X. I'll post it on the X account.
Nice.
If you're interested in it. So, it's a good explanation. It kind of most of it comes out of the Manly P. Hall book, but a lot of it is from other sources on exactly why they do this. It makes a lot of sense on when you hear a cowboy talking about it. Sitting on a horse.
So you sent me this little excerpt from your book, and I'll just share the picture here. It looks like Rog is coming back, and he's kicking some serious ass here. You talked about just a little bit ago how we have the flood. It was basically a reset because the Lucy's were basically getting too much control. They had the Tower of Babel. And give us a little bit more insight on that. I thought that was amazing what you kind of described that.
The Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, people have this idea that it was a brick and mortar kind of building, that they were building too high in the sky, and it got so high that God said, "Oh, I got to go down there and intervene. They're about to pull this off." I don't see that, right? That doesn't make sense. It's fairy tale. Well, whatever they were doing was so sophisticated that God got concerned. That hey, they're about to do this. They're about to break in here. Whatever I don't know what the Tower of Babel was. It wasn't a building, because God would not have to intervene if it was just a building. You can't build something. But whatever they were building was high tech something or other. I'm assuming it's the same gold. Or pop a portal in the throne room, kick God out. And so what he did was he scrambled it and all he threw the technology all over the place. It's still here, but if the people can't communicate, they create like 72 different languages. Anyway, it's still here. They've been regathering it ever since, and now they're to the point where I think they've got everything that Gilgamesh had, or Nimrod, or whoever was in control back there had, and they're getting ready to fire it up.
Do it again. Yeah. Try it again.
Yeah, but see, this time they're going to be smart. They're going to package up all the information, send it off into space, and then it'll splash down at some known place. They'll come out of their bunkers and go gather it up and continue.
Interesting. Wow. So yeah, what a crazy time we're in. But
it's exhausting.
I know. Oh yeah, so definitely prayer time is important, and just calming yourself and staying in the wilderness like you're doing. It's good. Having good views like this keeps you kind of settled. So I wish the best for everybody out there. But there's a lot more that's going to be coming, and I think we're just getting started.
I did too.
You posted something very interesting about the California mayor race, about the one, Spencer.